let's, how's that? Is that any good? Have we got normal on that front? I've had to go into the settings. I'm hoping that's it. Yeah, good, but echoey. Right, good, I'll turn it down. Right, bloody OBS software. Again, no surprise with this OBS software. It's an absolute dire. It's a dire joke at the end of the day. Right, it could be because I've got desktop audio on as well. So I just muted that and just got my microphone coming from the top camera. But I had to go into the software, I had to go into the settings, perfect. So it was the that was that front that was actually causing it. Yeah, right, I'm going to leave that alone. Again, you try and tweak and it just makes things worse. So I picked this up yesterday. Well, I was supposed to pick it up yesterday. It didn't turn up. I paid for the quick service. Yeah, it was that bloody quick. I had to go and pick it up this morning. So, but yes, apparently this is another part of my retro side. I've already done the Lego Pac-Man, and that was an headache. Lucky enough, this is not very big. It's only 421 pieces. You can actually see on there. So if I look at zoom in, it's 421 pieces compared to 2,700 and something on that. That's why I had to do 8 parts. So I haven't got a game. I did have a Game Boy, but someone stole it at the end of the day. It was one of my ex-friends that I haven't seen in a long time. I turned round, and you let your friends into your property where you've not seen them for a long time. I come back, I didn't even notice it was gone until I looked on the shelf. I'm going, where's my Game Boy? He'd stolen the Game Boy. So I was pretty gutted on that front. So and the Game Boys tend to hold their value quite well. So I see that this was their newest version of the Lego. I am a big Lego fan, but you have to stop with Lego because putting these together are obviously not going to be the easiest components to actually put together. If it was anything like that, bloody bar top was an absolute nightmare. The only downside is they don't give you any way to open these up. Is it this side? Again, nothing, absolutely nothing to get into it, and I like to keep the box genuine as possible, and I don't think that's the way for these to go in. I think it looks like it's from here. It's from this section. I've got no bloody nails. Where's me spatula? For crying out loud. Absolutely. I thought you would have done a bit of streaming. What? Perfect. Right. So hopefully... Ow. I use me spatula one and see if we can get in. I want to keep the box. The box is important to actually try and keep it perfect. Because again, I don't think this was the way this was intended. No, I don't think it is. I wasn't supposed to go in that way. But again, they don't give you any instructions how to bloody get into these boxes. Oh yeah, as usual. Oh, bloody hell, what was it? So it's just for that. I watched Dave's streaming last night. I see he was on there at the end of it. Oh, that's pretty. I like the colour scheme that he put on there. You can actually make up the Game Boy cartridges. I mean, I've got a Game Boy Advanced comparing, and I will compare it. How many bags is there in this one? Oh, see, that ain't too bad. There's only 4 bags. So I can do this in one hit. I won't have to do multiple parts at the end of it. So, which is good. All right, take it back. You can see that, 5 bags. But there's not a lot in a bag on these. It did give me the size, and it's supposed to look anywhere where you've got the Nintendo. I mean, television. This is going to be bloody fun getting it apart. So putting this one together. But like all Lego. Hold up. Oh, that's the book, isn't it? Right, I see. Obviously. It says on there you can download the Lego Builder on that front, but you scan it and it takes you through. So this should have some working parts. So it looks like you should have. Chris. Hello bud, how you doing? Thanks 8-Bit Repair for joining in. So yeah, basically it looks like we've got some cartridges we can put into this once we make it up, and it looks like you can bloody light. It's so oversaturated, isn't it? It's like it takes off. It puts far too much glare on, but then. So yeah, this should be good. So first things first. We look like we've got to make some cartridges up here, and this is going to be the gubbins, and then obviously we've got some facial side. So oh well, it looks like we got some cases. So we've got, that's good. So we've got Super Mario Land that it's going to build, and also it looks like you've got a Zelda, Link's Awakening, The Legend of Zelda. So we've got 2 to build on this. So that's going to be cool at the end of it. So we've got the prying tool as usual, and first page. So as usual, take all these bags and just take. This is how I normally do it. Is take one bag. Sounded like the Chipmunks. Yeah, definitely on that front. So I'm going to close that off. Shut that. We don't need that anyway. So as usual, I think these are. Yeah, the Link's Awakening was a fun one. Yeah, do you know what? I mean, out of all of I love the Zelda range. I mean. The one that I got for the Nintendo Switch 2, which I got up for sale, I've not even known, like I said, which is this one here. This one's up for sale, if anyone's interested. It's on the internet. This one is Legend of Zelda, The Breath of the Wild. Obviously, this coming from the hospice. I'm selling this for the hospice. So this is raising funds on there. It's a brand new Nintendo Switch 2. All I've done was took it out of the box, and I have got an OLED as well, and the original OLED. That one's up for sale. That one's up for 250 for the hospice. This one here, again, it literally is brand new. All I've done was, it's still under warranty, because like you said, it's literally, all I've done was took it out of the box just to update it. That's all I've done. This one's up for 400, but it does come with Breath of the Wild, so you are getting a game worth 50 quid on top. So you're looking at, it's actually a good deal, and it raised money for the fund. So this is where most of all this stuff goes. So because I do a lot for charity, the charity helped me out and I helped them out. It's my way of saying thank you. So, but yeah, I did have, what else did I have? Which I sold a little while ago. It was a Lenovo Legion Go. It cost nearly £600. I sold it for £5, so, and that sold it near enough instantly. But this plus the game, it's a good deal comparing the price of the Nintendo Switches. I have played that and it is good. It's really, really good, that game, on that front. But I've got enough to be getting on with, to be honest. Yeah, Link's Awakening was fun. I've got to admit, looking, I think that's what these are. Looking at these, I think I won't be using these until last, because these are what they call the finishing plates that give it the smooth style, because of the Lego, the one that I've done on the bar top, and that was 2,763 pieces. This only being on this front, this is only 421, so this should be cool once it's done. So, and this is going, it should come with a display, so you've got a little stand so you can put this up. So yeah, so as usual, bag number 1. So I won't need these just yet. I think they're for finishing it off at the end of it. Now, as usual, typical Lego, they make sure, now they said that they don't have any parts missing. Now that's not entirely true, because when I've done that Pac-Man, there was 2 bits missing. Lucky enough, the bits that they do leave over, there was an alternative that I did use to finish the build, because otherwise that would have stopped me from building it. And I've got that on display right next to my Neo Geo display little one as well. And I'm still trying to find me controllers, so I can sort these Pandora boxes out at the end of the day. So I mean, look, now that piece has just fell on the floor. So I mean, look, bloody small pieces like this is an absolute, that just rolled on the floor. There's another piece stuck in there as well. That's what I said. Yeah, this is why I like working on towels. If you put that on an hard surface, you know that's going to go back of the table, fucking under the chair, into the old rug, and then you're thinking, oh god, that's it, I've lost it, I can't find it. So prying tool, which these are great, because in 9 out of 10, these books, again, that's the only thing with these books, they put everything at funny angles and you can't get to see, which is, you know, which is not great on that front. So as usual, tip the bag out. It's saying tip the bag out, and you are going to need 2 stickers. Really? Oh, I ain't got no stickers on that one, unless they're on here. Oh, this might be making a cartridge up. I think that's what they're doing. Hold up. Have these got pictures on these things? Yes, they are. So they are in this bag. Alright. They are in this bag. So I won't need to tear all the bag open. And here's the styles of the, oh, they look cool. They look like a hologram. Oh, they are hologram. Oh, how cool is that? That is smart. Look, let me move it up, and then you can see. And if you move, the characters move. Let me bring the bloody camera down, because these guys can see a lot better at the end of the day. And basically, the characters look like they're moving. So when it obviously can't do it justice. Yeah. So you can actually see it, and it's the same with this one. It's very faint, but it does give off the illusion, so it looks like you've got the print out. So it looks like we've got to do, we need both of them, basically. So, right, okay, I'll put them to one side then, just in case we might need them. And I think these obviously go on top of the, once you've done the cartridge. But that is cool. I do like the look of that on that front. So let's put that on there. So cool. So first things first, I always try and make it easier by not having too many bits out, because I nearly one bit already rolled on the bloody floor and I nearly lost it. So as usual, looks like we need one of these funny things at the end of the day. Let me put the other light on, it might make it a little bit easier. That's it. It might, you know, it's dazzled my eyes. So I can't see now. Right, okay. So yeah, because again, the trouble with Lego, they're jet black. Can you honestly remember back in, now when I used to have Lego back in the 80s, I don't remember having bricks as vivid as this. I mean, they wasn't that black to start with. The greens are a green, a deep green. Most of the colours in the bricks in the 80s was all washed. They looked like they was all washed out. The reds looked like the oranges looked like a yellow at the end of it, you know, and it's typical. But we need to put these bits. So again, starting from this end, this groove has got to go inside by the looks of it. Got to make it up. So that's that piece done. One of one. Now we need another 2 more of them, which we've only got 2 more of these anyway. So we look like we're putting one in the centre with the brick. So it looks like you can only go up there one side anyway. And then again inside, they look like these are all slotting inside. Is that because of this? I think that's what we're making. So basically we're making like a slot where you can put the card in. Cool. Right, put that to one side for a minute. We've got nice slope piece and 2 of these black ones. Right, okay. Oh, so one piece goes on top and the other 2 goes at the side. And I'll show you. So basically, so it looks like it's a cartridge type of slot. So slope piece, and then you've got like a gap. So it looks like this inserts halfway in. Obviously they are making... Oh, is this going to be for the standing? I assume it is, because I've just looked at the next part of the picture at the end of it, and it looks like that's the case. Right, and then we need another one of them. Last one piece of the flat piece ones, and it goes on top. Cool. And yes, it looks like, so this is a stand. So we've got a 2 piece on here, and this looks like the cards actually slot in, and they just slot in like that. So you can just take your cards out and then slot them in. Right, well that's simple. Right, cool. Put that at one side then. That one's done. This bloody weather, I want this weather to stop. It's absolutely a joke. Right, one of these. What do we need? 2 small... got a small one. Yeah, there's only 2 grey ones in here anyway. And, hold up, what we got to do? So again, orientation that he's saying on there, that you've got to put it, this bit, it's got to go to the back. So we've got to put them to this, one at one end, one at the other. So we created this. Cool. Okay. Take one of these and just pull it on top. So we've got a lip underneath. Looks cool. Okay, this is not going to be too bad. Comparing against that other bar top was an absolute headache. Right, it looks like these. Yes, so we'll have to put these underneath. Right, so then they got to go in the corners. So they literally. So obviously facing this way. One goes on one end, so we got this space and this cut out, and we got a little piece there, so that's cool. And we did have, right, hold up, so yeah, we got 2 of them. One of these goes underneath and makes that brick, so it looks like now we've filled that little square hole in with one of those square pegs. There's only one on there anyway. Cool. What else? We need the hinge. Right, put that one by. Oh yeah, look, it's got GameBoy written on it. Nintendo GameBoy. Actually, it looks quite cool. So we've got one of these. One of them I've just dropped on the floor. Yeah, lovely. One of these little gold grid things. Are they all the same? Yeah. So these. Is this making a cartridge up? This looks like this is making a cartridge. Because it's getting the shape of what the cartridges look like. So one of them and one of these flat type ones. So first things again weird angle. We got to have it at this angle, what he's saying in the book, and then we got to put the gold piece on. That goes in the centre at the back. and then we take this piece. Hold up, it's got to go over 4 bricks, so we got one hanging over, so it creates like this. Right, okay. Right, is that it? Is that the only bits that it said? Oh no, where's the little... the little one goes in the corner of that block. So we've got to have one of them on there. And it looks like it's grey. Yes. That's what he's saying, where to put it. Okay. So we're on page 8 already. That's what I said. It's not going to be too bad, this build. So, because Lego can be right challenging. I did look at the price of the other Lego. I was looking at the Millennium Falcon, but it was nearly 9,000 pieces, and the price on that with the Black Friday sale was £550, reduced from 700 and I think it was 750. So they knocked a big portion of it down. But I thought, it's so big, you know, I ain't got room to put it in here as it is. I'm junked up with consoles everywhere, and I've got some more consoles someone's dropping off. So I went, no, I think that one will be a little bit out of my budget, and I wouldn't have room to put it up. I mean, more than I'll do like the Star Wars ones. They are really cool. So we need a green and a black little one. And where do these go? Hold up. So we've got one hanging over, so it creates flush on here. And then we got a port. Is that got to go over? Bloody book, it might as well make it in Chinese. Right, yeah, so we got to have a black and a green, and then a black one again, and they've all got to sit flush. Because again, the book's not doing it justice. Because if you look at the book, this is where I'm up to at the minute. If you look at this is what I'm saying about angles. You've got, it's these weird angles. This is the only one downside I don't like about Lego, and it's so complex because if you don't get that angle right, these don't. You're thinking, I've made a boo boo here, and it's not fitting, and you think that what have I done? It's the book because it throws it out. It was bad enough with that build with that bar top. You know, you've got to literally look at the next page and then count the holes, make sure they all match up. Because sometimes they can give you a top-down view, but a majority of them give you these weird angles, which obviously don't help your situation. So I've got to put that to one side. The next bit is green, one grey, and another grey. The good thing is, it uses less parts in the bag, so that's one good aspect. So it looks like we've got to take this piece going down on 2 to go down. So we've got created this leg, and then this one goes at the side of it, so it's created like this. That then goes, it looks like, is that right? Hold up, yes, it is right. So we've got the leg sort of goes a little bit above where these hinges look like. These look like type of a hinge system, but it all fills in and it creates perfectly. So that's correct. It looked like we got to do that again. So I've got to take that piece, and the last of the green piece. Oh no, because the other one was an L bracket. Again, I've just noticed, why is that brick lighter than that colour? There must be a reason, but I thought, so I mean with the greens, I mean, because look, we got the same colour as that light green, and then we got dark green. They must have had the reasons why they've done that. So the two go on there, and then that one goes on the side. So we've created this, and there it looks like, hold up, no, I've put that on wrong. It's got to go to that side because it's got to be reversed. So then we put that there, and then it's created all of this. So these back bits line up. I mean, obviously it's a bit weak there, but they might have something else that clicks onto this I think it goes onto this part on that. So it looks like that then clicks onto here, and it does, and then now we've made this part up. So we've made all that, so you've got nothing underneath and you've got all that flush. That's what it's saying. Cool. And then we take the top plate, the plain one, and put it at the... We've got to cover all of this up. Yes. Looks like we've got to cover all of that up. Well, that's weird, isn't it? Why go for all the hassle putting that all on there? Looks like now it ain't clicking in place. Is it? No, it is. It's just a little bit tight. So this is where... Right. Yeah, that's a little bit on the fiddly side. So I would say you've got to really push that in, but obviously be careful with these bricks because they don't take too kind. When you bend these, you can actually warp them. Now it says that you need to put on the Super Mario. So what I do, let me go and grab a quick cloth because I've put all dog's hairs and fingerprint marks. Let me go and wipe that off so I can put that on. That put my diesel heater on. It's bloody cold in here. Right. So again, when I had even put the decals on yet on the bar top because I've been doing other bits. I've been trying to get sorting this OBS out. It's been an absolute headache. At the end of the day, it's a bit hit and miss because 1 minute it works lovely, next minute you come back to it and it's for a spanner in the works. Right, on that front. So we've got, it looks like we've got to put on the Nintendo logo. But which way the Nintendo logo goes? Oh, I'm crying out loud, it don't even bloody... No, right, so the back bit there, right, the Nintendo logo has got to be facing towards where these bits is. So we should have something underneath there. So let me peel. What one was it? It was the Super Mario. I'll peel it off. We'll put this on carefully. I always try and use the corner of my hands, and I hate putting these things on because the trouble is you've got to make sure you put them on dead square, and it looks like it goes all the way up. It looks like it. Is that right? Yeah, looks like it goes all the way up to the edge. That's it. Lovely. I'd say that's a good feel on that one. So it looks like it goes, because this is obviously, this has to slot in on that. And that's the reasons why I say have a cloth, because when you're handling it, you're going to get fingerprints like you wouldn't believe. So you want to leave a gap, and it's not easy to judge at the end of it, but I would say that's about as close as I'm going to get that by eyeballing at the end of it. It ain't got to come off, it can stay on there. But if they know that they're giving you this, why don't they put the stickers on for you? So, because someone, it's obviously, I mean, this, again, this build's for adults, this is not for kids, you know, because it does state on there 18 plus. So I don't get that. They could have just done that for you, just in case if you might have made a boo-boo trying to put these on. So, and yeah, that's what that book's saying. So basically, it's saying on there. So it's telling you to take it all the way up and leave a gap either side, and leave a gap at the bottom. And that's exactly what I've done there. So the orientation I've put it, I've copied exactly word for word on that. Now we look like we've got to put the sides on. One grey side, one long grey side. It looks like we've got to go all the way up. So it looks like it then looks like a proper cartridge. Actually, it's really cool. I like the look of that at the end of the day. So, and then we've got to put, is that one at the, is that got to go at the bottom or what? Oh, I ain't got to that side yet. Yeah, it's just telling you. Well, that's confusing. It's telling you to put the last piece at the top, and it looks like it's raised, right? But then we've got bits here that's not raised. That's sunk. So I don't know. I'm baffled, and I've still got half of these bits left at the end of the day. No, and then it tells you to go to bag 2. Can you understand how these books work? Because this is what really annoys me with these books. You know, they take you through the gauge, and if you download the PDF, what they tell you to click on the QR code, it just tells you what the book's saying. It doesn't help. So again, not the greatest at the end of it. I don't actually quite get that. It says put it on top, but why do we have all these spare bits over? I mean, have we got to build these up? I don't know. I mean, we got 2 black, 1 grey. I'm baffled. Do you know what? I'll come back to that. I'm going to put that back in the bag and come back to it, because it won't stop them from finishing the build. But it's basically saying on here. It's saying it's supposed to sit. That don't sit on there. Oh, it does sit on there. So basically, you've got your cards behind, and then it's supposed to just sit on that little tiny lip. Not the greatest, and I wouldn't say that's secure, because I suppose it's sitting on a very thin lip there. Don't know. That seems a bit janky to me. So I'm going to put these bits back in. I won't lose them, because obviously we've got these bits here, and I don't know what it is. Who's on? Snapstar, how you doing, brother? What are you building today? We are building today, which I picked up yesterday, a Lego Game Boy. Looks really cool. This is one of their newest builds. This is on a sale, on the Black Friday sale. I paid, these are £54, but I had Nectar points, which I had about £15 in Nectar points. So I used the Nectar points on the Argos side, and it took it down to about £34. Much better. So yeah, it literally helped this situation, because now I didn't have to pay full price for it at the end. And it's Lego. This is again part of the Lego side that I wanted to look forward to doing, because I did have an original Game Boy. So this cartridge is near enough finished. I'm going to come back to that, because that book is obviously saying put that on top, and it's supposed to finish flush. So I'll put it to one side. I'll actually put that back in there, alright, and put this to one side, and we can start on bag 2, because again, yeah, the most interesting Lego I ever did was the I can't bloody know, is that writing small or what? Interesting Lego ever I did, even knew this existed. Well, like I said, I didn't know they'd done this one on the Game Boy. So again, but the book, it might as well be in Greek or Chinese, because again, it's not being helpful for builds. I mean, this is for adults. I mean, this is not for kids, because it even states it on there, it's 18 plus. And it's the same when I've done the Lego, it took 14 builds to actually do the Lego Pac-Man, and that was a nightmare. That was 2,776 pieces. This is only 421 at the end of it. It does come with a stand by the looks of it, so you can stand this up. But again, looking at some of these builds ain't the easiest to put together, and it always seems the case that it's always book related, which doesn't help the situation. So we've got 5 packs in here, 5. So it's not a big build, far from it. It's not a big build at all. But that I mean, obviously, after that section, it just takes you to bag 2. And it looks like you're doing the same thing again, and you're doing, because it looks like it comes with 2 cartridges, so you've got Mario and Zelda, which looks cool, and I think this is what the next part of the build is, unless it's different. I don't know. But it didn't say nothing about putting them other bits together. But I'll say one thing with Lego, they do package it really nicely. I mean, this is, I mean, I like to try and keep the boxes in mint condition, the packages in mint condition. You ever had to put this together? Oh look, it's a surprise, surprise, it's a bag within a bag. I mean, they use really good quality. It's, that paper's lined. It feels like it's like a, I don't know, it's like a rubbery texture inside it, you know. I mean, it's not as if it's not as if it's a dog treat or something to try and keep it fresh. But as usual, I always tip the one bag out first, spread it out. Just be careful, this is the reasons why. When I built this desk, I made this all out of odd bits of wood, like I did with my shed at the end of the day. My shed's still alright, it's been out for 10 years. I built this, I wanted to get a Pacific sized table. I used a computer table. I got out from the hospice. It's a lovely table, don't get me wrong. It's a really nice, but it's plated glass. It's about 2 inches thick, it's about like that. And it wasn't big enough, so I thought I'll buy the timber, some of the timber, and I'll use what I've got by scavenging. I've used pallet wood, used enough bits and pieces. I've made it, it's solid. I cannot move this table, I kid you not. It took over a weekend to put this together. I've made the right height, they adjust it, and now I put it all together. Fine. But the trouble is, this bloody table is not. Iconic. Activate. Here we go. I've got the camera. Yeah. Sorry, hand. Oh, it's this bloody camera. I'm trying to use this 4K camera, and it's so janks. If you see the way I look at it, you're thinking it ain't professional. At the end of it, I've got all these. You try and buy all these bits off AliExpress and everything else to try and help with your stream, and yeah. My info is dodgy, sorry. But yeah, I made this table up, right? It goes all the way back, right? So I'm going there. I've made it exactly 6 foot, and it goes all the way to the bottom, right? It's a big table, made it up. I've made all this up. I scavenged out of B&Qs for odd bits of wood. That's a bit of MDF. I've put a bit of wood up there that's got all my lighting system on, right? It didn't take long to do, right? But what I'm saying is, this table, I've done it exactly 6 foot. And look at it, it's still junked up. I put a floating shelf up, right, with all these bits. I've got my bloody iMac up there when I'm doing me editing and all things like that. And I still can't move on this table. I mean, it's ironic, isn't it? You know, like I said, I've turned my living room into a bleeding repair shop. And, you know, and all you end up thinking, I've run out of room. It's not big enough. And my shed, don't even get me started. I built a 12 foot by 6 foot shed at the end of the day. It had to be re-roofed because of the leaks. It was just leaking. I re-roofed it, re-felted it and everything, done it all, got all my nail guns and everything and put all the bitumen on. It's fine. But that's junked. I've got cement mixes in here. I've done my cement mixing bits of it. I've made a nice big bench up for that. I can't move in here. Yeah, obviously, all you're using it for is just storage, and my front room just feels like it's the same thing. My balconies, you know, it's a nightmare. I can't, and then I've got more stuff coming in, because the hospice just keep bringing me more and more stuff in, and as it is, my mum don't like it round hers, because she says, go and take it round your own bloody place. So I've got enough round here as it is, and I'm, oh no. So yeah. building a 6-foot table, it wouldn't matter if I took the whole length of this room up, because I'm quite lucky, I've got a big living room. But even if I made a 15-foot table, I guarantee I'd fill it up, because I've got enough on here as it is and I can't move. And this is the reasons why, like everything, when you're getting a lot of bits and pieces in, you'll tend to find, you'll put things down and think, I can't find it, I don't know where it's gone at the end of it, I ain't got a clue. So, but yeah, unbelievable. Now it looks like we're going to have to come back to this bag, because again, this did not say anything about coming to here, but I've just seen the bits that we need out of this bag. So again, why didn't they mention this in the second part of the build of your thing? It's poor. It's if I have to say one thing about Lego, it's very confusing, and it really pushes you to the challenge point where you're thinking, oh look, there's a bloody Nintendo one there. Look at that. That is cool. So you've got the word Nintendo, and you move it, so it looks like it's floating up, and then it disappears. Yeah, that's cool. Actually, I like that. So I'll put that in with them other bits. So we've got 3 of these cards in there. So we should only have 2 pieces, and it looks like we need both of these pieces because it's saying on there, on this section. So it looks like we're going to need both of them. But again, didn't mention nothing on that. Unbelievable. But never mind. Mr. Dave's place last night, when he was showing us, he had that PlayStation 5 on there. Obviously he had the GPU issue on that front. Nice big house he has. I wish I had a big house like that. I'd fill it up. You know, you're thinking that bigger the property, there's more to put in at the end of it. But in the UK, we don't have big condos like what they have over there. They have massive places, but we don't have that luxury. We have to live in rabbits hutches, and it's bad enough as it is, crammed up. Lucky enough, this property it's not too bad. It's big enough for a couple, but it's like everything. You tend to find, when you're living by yourself, you tend to find more stuff to put in and junk more up at the end of it. And when you're thinking, oh, well, you know, we don't always live like that. My button is dodgy. Sorry. So yes, so it looks like on here we need to go over 2 bricks. So again, angle size, we look like we've got to go that side. So we've got 1 spare going over. Right, and again, another one of these double weird things going on there. And we got to do one on the other side. Yes. So we've got this sort of build. Hold up. Right, 1L bracket. We've only got one in there anyway, have we? Oh, excuse me, I've got indigestion. Get it really bad, I do. Right, one goes at one end, and it looks like it's got to go at this end. Right, so we built this L bracket. I think this is going to be another part, or unless this is the back part of the build, because if you look at here, it looks like we're starting to make the GameBoy up itself. So hopefully, going on that next page. Yeah, when it says the other one was 600 odd pages, actually, yeah, that was quite challenging on that front. So again, another long one of these. And where do we put that? That looks like that goes over. So it clips over. So we've got one sort of hanging over the corner. Another 2, and where do we put them? They clip next to each other. So again, both hanging over. Oh, yeah, a bit finicky until you start putting bits over to try and bond it. But yeah, not the easiest. Looks like we've got used quite a lot of it. Right, now we bring the green piece in. And where do we put that? Again, look at the angle. How the heck are you supposed to work that out to try and work out with that angle, because again I've got exactly the same issue. That doesn't help the situation. I mean, what do I do? Do I have to put that at the side? Because again, that's the angle I've got to try and guide you through it. So this is what I'm always up against, always, and you've got to try and think, right, well, how does that fit? So the best way I go is, which it don't tell you on there, I'll flip it over and then fit it. So that way it looks like then it fits perfect. So basically what they should have said is flip it over, make sure that corner sits on top of them other bricks. So then that sits flush, and then that gives you the illusion what that's supposed to be doing anyway. Prime example. Right, now we look like we've got to use a lot of these now. I've got to take 7 of these. So it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And it looks like we've got to put them all going. Oh, Jesus, that's come off. So one there, one hangs over. We put one over. So what do we do? Yeah, that one goes over there. We should have half of these covered, which we do. So remember, this piece is still wobbling about, so just be careful with that, because again there's nothing being bothered at, and you can easily snap these bricks. I fucking nearly snapped one on doing that bar top, and I was lucky I didn't break it, because sometimes you have to make sure these are snug, because if they ain't, the rest of the bricks look like they've got gaps in because you've not pushed them down. So hopefully on that front. So yeah, now we've got to take another 9. Oh my god. So what we got there? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now it looks like we've now got to cover all of it. So we've got to take the other half and literally cover all of that. So it's all covered. Well, that's simple enough. We just put them over. But I've just got to be careful, because obviously, you know, look, dog's ears. Fucking, that's Matt bloody Bronson. He makes me laugh. He was playing up around me mum's, being really naughty today. At the end of the day, throwing his ball about. I was on the Xbox, and yeah, he decided to throw toys up in the air, and you know, badger me basically. Now look at him. He's asleep on the chair. It's worn him out. So yeah, unbelievable. So yeah, he'll come to life, and then he'll badger me while I'm halfway through a bloody stream. You know, he always does. So yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Look, make sure these are pushed down, but just this one's loose. So, but now we've done that piece anyway. So I've now got to take a small. This is why I say when you're doing Lego, that's why I like to spread the small piece, the big pieces out, and leave the small pieces in the bag until you get down to nothing. Because if you put these pieces, you're going to be forever lasting searching. So I always leave the small pieces in the bag until they're virtually hardly anything, and then put them to one side. So what do we need now? So we're up to this section here, the last piece. So we need 2 of them flat ones. I did see one of them. Right, and 1 long grey one. Is that one of them? Again, I assume it is. I'm going to take a gamble. It's going to be one of these ones. So it's a 5 brick. That's how I know. So again, funny angle. So again, doesn't tell you, right? This is another one you've got to be careful because of orientation. So it gives you where these got to go because they're highlighted in red, right? But also you've got to look beyond that point, and you've got to look to make sure that you've got the right orientation. So I've got to make sure I've got to look for the little green, dark green bit and the light green section on here. Then I know I'm at the right sort of encounter. So, and that's the way you've got to look at it. So that's got red, and that's actually got that's light green. So again, would it be this side? Because again, you couldn't see it. You can't physically see from that section. because again, the orientation, just in case, you might put this round the wrong way, because obviously we've got bits underneath here that's got clip on. So again, you're going to have to take a stab in the dark. Make sure, hopefully, you put it round the right way. This is the only thing with Lego, it drives me up the wall. So looking at that picture, I'm going to say it's this side, because there's a little bit of light, there's the dark green and there's the light green. So I'm saying that is the correct orientation that we need. We need to be facing this way. So hopefully, I'm hoping this is correct, because I haven't done it. Looking at the front of that, they've put this round the opposite way, but it don't matter. I mean, I'm hoping that it's going to be okay. So it looks like we've got to go one over the top. No, see that one's wrong. That can't be that piece. Well, it has to be that piece. There ain't no other piece on there. So basically, it's saying that you've got to make sure. What it's saying on there. No, something's not right. It's got to go this way, right? It's got to go this way and not the other way, because otherwise it covers one brick. So it has to go this way, but then it's saying that you've got the black here and the green. So something's not lining up on this front, which doesn't make much sense, because I've followed the book exactly how it is at the end of it. So I don't know, I'm really baffled now. I'm stumped, because like you said, it's all about the orientation of this. Did I put this round the right way, because this is going to affect the build, and this is another headache that you have to come across. It looks simple, but until you get it, you've done it wrong, and then you've got to undo it to try and rectify it. So this is why it's critical to get these bits right, because it's going to affect your next part of the build. And looking at this something is not tallying up with this side, because on this side here, right, it looks like we've got the long piece going along and the dark green, and when we put that piece on, we're seeing that. Well, I'm not seeing that here. I'm just seeing black and green. So was that part of is this brick? Because that brick there is exactly the same, 5 each side, which I'm baffled, because we can't have it like that. We have to have it this orientation at the end of the day, which I don't quite understand. If I go back to the previous book, let me go back. No, it's not saying, see? So this brick is the exactly equal side to that, so it wouldn't make no difference if I turned that round, it would still have that issue. The only problem I'm worried about is that's not matching up on this book, because all I can see is light green, and there ain't no other two. It says one of these pieces to go at the side of that green piece there. So I don't know. I'm going to take a stab in it. Let's have a look, have a quick look to see, does it affect anything on that side? No. See, again, the other pages doesn't tell you. It just covers it up. So this is critical, and I think this is wrong. It's just not matching up. I like to make sure that it's matching up on that side. So again, I'll take this off, right? And I do know that's going to be the case. So we'll take that off, and we'll put that. Let's see if I can try to match this up like the way they've got it here. So it says green piece has to go that side. I think we have to have it like that. No. We're supposed to have a gap either side of this. So I think, again, this has got to be moved over one. Let's move it over one and take it off. No, it can't go over by 1. Oh, it must do. So I have done this wrong. So we've got 3 going over. We're supposed to have 1 going over. Look, and the reasons why I say that, right, because look, we've got 2 here and 1 here. So this has got to be equal. So this was wrong. See what I mean by that? So now I'm going to have to undo all that work, what I just put on, and take these off. Because it just wasn't matching. Now I can't get them off. You're supposed to have these brick things to make it easy to get them off. This is the reasons why I always carry a flat spatula and just dig them out. Right, so I'm going to go back to that again. I knew something weren't right when I looked. I'm going to put it in dead in the... No, it don't. It can't go that way. Because, like you said, 1 has to go. If I try to put it in the centre, look, it still goes over by 1 brick. It doesn't make... This is not adding up. Right, I'll move the bricks over and do the other side. This is what's really... This is another... It's really confusing, this situation. So... And, again, putting these on. 1 should be over. But then you've got a brick that goes over. But you've got 1 that goes over. But I'm pretty sure the green goes down the side. Like that. Because that's the way it's shown in the book. Hi, Jill. And chat. Chill and chat. Yeah, chill and chat. I might have to turn that diesel heater off. I've only got it on 1 bar and I'm sweating already. Unbelievable. Right, I'm going to put these over. This looks like to me the right way. So again, that was really done wrong because I'm trying to copy the book because I know it's going to be affecting. So the other corner part, it looks like, but then why, if that's the case, if it's gone like that, how can I connect these pieces up to here? It's got nothing to bond, which I'm really baffled. Because it's saying on there, you might, unless you need 2 parts of that, yes you do. So we need another green one of that, then that goes on. That makes more sense. Right, now I've got it the right way. I've done it correctly now. So what we needed to do is make this configuration. So we've got 1 either side. So there again, that book was really throwing me out. The issue I was doing, again, when you're doing it, you've got to build this one up. And it tells you there, look, you need another green piece, which I didn't put on, to make this section up. So we wanted that, and that's what was throwing me off. So it was wrong. But it don't matter, I've rectified it, and it now goes to correct orientation. We've got that filled. So basically all I needed to do really, I should have left it the way it was and just added 1 green piece. But still, never mind, it's done. This is what you're up against when you're trying to do builds like this. It's not the easiest. So now I've got this side, I need to put 1 of these at 1 corner and get the other one done on the other corner. And that should then go in the centre. Right. Again, these bricks, they never line up, do they? So what we want to line this up. So we've done this section, but this bloody brick is useless. But anyway, and they've done it upside down. So look, it's got to be facing downwards. So I'll put it upwards. It doesn't matter, but it is the correct orientation. It's just that I didn't see that bit in the corner that you had to put another brick in. That's what was throwing it out. I knew they was throwing it wrong. But don't worry, I've got there as typical Lego. You have to get them in an orderly fashion. So now I need, oh god, and again these books. Hi 8-bit. So we've got 10 of these, looks like solar panels, little miniature solar panels, and I bet they're all going to be in here, ain't they? Just know it. Hold up, are they the little tiny grid ones? They are. So it's the little tiny grids. We need 10. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Andy said I sounded like a chipmunk earlier. Yeah, that was that bloody microphone setting up. When you've got multiple camera angles and then you're trying to set half your cameras up, nothing seems to be working great, and you think, oh, for crying out loud. So again, we've got to keep it at this orientation, so I want to keep it down to here, and we've got to put these all at the side, so they've all got to go on the 2s. That's what it looks like. So it just fills them in. Yeah, that one goes on here, and we got to leave the middle. Apparently, can't do the middles, not yet. Oh, hold up! Did that say 10? Well, that's not 10, is it? It's 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 2, 3, 4. No, I still need another 2. Oh, you got to leave 2. That's why it says leave one off the bottom. Right, makes sense. Now I've got enough. Right, he said leave the bottom ones off. Don't put them on. Right, so we want this configuration. Put these things down the side. Now it says you've got to do the centre. Well, what? So why did you tell me to do that earlier on? Why did you say take out 20? Now it's saying part 12, take out another 10. Really? Come on, Lego, what are you playing at? I mean, you know, you're getting people at it. It's bad enough trying to work it out. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, one more for one more, and we got 10. There you go. That must have been the last 10 in there. Now we've got to take it all the way until it gets near enough to the bottom. We've got to do the bottom ones as well. Yeah, it looks like you've got to do the bottom ones as well. So, okay, fair enough. Click it. I do find, one thing I've always loved about Lego, I don't know about you guys, but I do find Lego is really fun putting together. It's just that it's not fun trying to fathom out where it all goes and you're trying to follow a guide. I mean, that's the official guide by Lego. So why have I got 2 left over? That was 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's telling you to take 10 out, but there was only 8 on there. Right, okay. No, I've got to take the bottom ones off. The bottom ones can't go on there. Looks like we've got to put this on. This. So again, why does it look like that? That's really confusing. Don't matter. Take them off. Put them on. Take them off. There's the joys of this, I suppose. Right, now it said this has got to go because it looks like a back cover. So we've got to create this image. That's what it's saying in the book. So we've got that all hanging over, and that's in it because look. So I've done this section here, right, highlighted in red. And then it says you put this piece on, so which I've done. So we're on there. So we've still got 4 pieces over. But it's telling me it told me to take out 10 on there. Another 10, which was the 20, but now it's not telling me I don't need these bits. I'll leave them to the side. It's typical of the way this book works. It works back to front. Yeah, right. Not the that's as if that's really confusing. Right, take these out. I need long piece and one of these funny pieces on there. And it looks like I've got to work from this side going away. So I've got to put it on the corner. So it overhangs. So we've got to work from that side. and then we take 5 of these. 5? Can I call you Mister? At the end of the day, creative. So yeah, hold up, colour screen. Green screen. The I've managed to put some meme. I put one meme on. I've got to do some others. Kick it a girls will get. I ain't set it up. You see, look at me. Look at me. Kick it a castle. I do love Borat. I think he does make me laugh. So we need, what do we need? 5? Hold up. 1 piece of there. 3. We only need 3. Cool. I've put 4 out, so no, put 1 back, won't need it. So now I've got to look like I've got to do that. The King of the Castle. Fucking, I love Borat. Literally does make me laugh. And I think he's one of the funniest characters I've ever liked. And it looks like you've got to use 1. Oh God, hold up. Well, where the heck is that piece? No, it's not in here. And it ain't in here. What? There ain't. I've got to look for a small piece in this room. Small piece. That's a corner. No. No, they're all flat pieces. No, it ain't none of that. It's got to be here. I bought one of these, you know, one of these TikTok microphones that you end up putting on the, I've got one off the TikTok shop. You get twin microphones. These are cheapies at the end of the day. I thought, oh, this would be great. I can at least try and sort some microphone issues out. Come with twin microphone at the end of the day, and a micro USB, no, it's a USB type C. It plugs in your phone, right? Out of everything else, you buy all the latest, things to try and help you stream out. No, I can't use it. It's not compatible with my phone. At the end of the day, obviously, it's not. The trouble with these smartphones, this being a Galaxy Fold 7, at the end of the day, no, it's not compatible with it, so I can't bloody use it. I thought, oh well, that wasn't really meant for me then, was it? On that piece, which was frustrating. So I put a piece on here that I can't use. So I can't use in microphones, and it won't work it. And there's no settings because there's no app to download. I can't find that one piece. It's telling me here that I've got to find a quarter piece here, and it is not here for the love of God. Unless it's hiding like most of these pieces are. But again, not helping this situation because I can't finish this off. Because it looks like you've got it goes over 2 and you should have 3 left over, and it's not here. All I can see is quarter. Oh, here it is. It was hiding. Here it is. See what I mean? The colours, you've got to really look with the colours. There you go. So it's a flat flush piece that goes on here, and then we've got 3 bricks. Yeah, it does make me laugh. This sort of said to you, you've really got to look. And you're thinking, bloody hell, for crying out loud, why can't I find half the pieces? Right, brown, 1 flat with the holes. No, has that got holes in? Can I call you Mister? Yes, that's got holes in that one. And another one of these type of things. So it looks like we've got to put this going over, so it's got a hole in. Is that right? Yes. And then we extend. Again, the book's been very vague. Oh, and I need one of them flat pieces. It looks like you've got to put, again, look at now, it's telling you to download the light piece, but it's telling you to put it on top. And then you can't see at the angle, but you've got to put it underneath. But that's a prime example. So you just put the brown one on top of the grey brick, and then just put it like that. Hold up, that's not right. At the end of the day, oh, it goes at the back, right? I see. So it fills it in, right? Okay. So it fills in that grey brick, so it's flush. So we want it that sort of orientation. But because they put it at this angle, all you can see is a tiny little bit of brown and a smidge of grey. But again, doesn't help the situation. And I need to put a flat, flush grey one on top. This is why I don't want to tip these out, because I know what's going to happen. You're going to go in a cart, a dog's going to eat one of them, and then that's it. It'll be game over. I mean, yesterday it was hilarious. I bought him. You could buy doggy cream cakes. This woman makes them fresh for the dogs. You know, it's got dog cream, and it come with a tin foil. The Dictator is a good film too. Yeah, I like the Dictator. It's fucking hilarious, especially with the chicken when he's on the substation. He opens the suitcase up, and then the fucking chicken gets out. And the Americans really don't like the Eastern Europeans coming over to their country. And the fucking chicken gets out, and it's running all over the tube station. At the end, and he's trying to get it back into the suitcase. That killed me. And there's one scene in that Dictator that it absolutely split my sides through laughing. He went into this antique shop and he does the actions and smashes. He causes about £1,000 worth of damage, you know. But obviously it's in dollars. And he says, "Well, you're gonna have to pay for all that." And he went, "Yeah, no worry, I've got hair." It's like wigs and hair. That made me cry for that section. It was really comical. It's one of the best films I ever sat down and watched. Yeah, I'll definitely say if no one ain't watched The Dictator, please go and watch it. You won't be disappointed. It's one of the funniest films I've ever come across on that front. Right, so right, we're going to need this piece, and it's got to go in the corner. So we want it like this. Cool. Now this is where I'm going to start needing some small pieces. So what I'll do, if I move these to one side, because it looks like I'm going to need more small pieces. I don't want to lose half these pieces. So I'll put them there, and it's just I find it's easier. Yeah, go please watch The Dictator. That is, I'll have to watch that again. Fucking absolutely. That film is, I think he's great. He's a really great actor. But it always makes me, it's one of them films that you sit there and you never get tired of watching. Never. So have we got to do dark grey or light grey? I assume it's light grey because there ain't no darks on there. So one of the small ones, one of the little round ones, yeah, okay. One of the two little bricks, cool. One of the, oh god, have we got one of them? Yes, we have. That was hiding. That was fun. Two of the corners. No, that one there, that one there. Two of them. And a long flat one, which was, I assume it's going to be one of these. Right, okay. Now we look like we've got to build this up. So first things first, we've got to take that, put that brick to this side. Yep. So we've got to put it brick to this side. And then we've got to put another one on top. You know, look, I didn't even push that down. It didn't come off. So again, make sure these are pushed down. So we've got to create that piece. Right. How the heck do we do this? So right, we built that piece there. Now we take section 4. So we need. looks like we've got to go over, yes, and then it looks like you've got to flip it over and then build it. Oh, I see that the little bit goes on the front, right? Okay, and then that bit goes on top, yes. So let me show you what I've done. So basically the little bit clips on the front, the top bit sits on the top, so we've got all that, and then that sits at the front of it like that. So it sits like that basically, so it sits underneath. Cool. Now it sits on top of this piece and it should sit flush, which it does. So we've got 3 cut out section on that, and that then just clips over and then sits on there flushly. So we've got a little bit of a notch cut out at the bottom, and that sits nice and flush. Obviously it's this is gonna, I assume this is gonna be like a button. This looks like this is starting to make the Game Boy up itself. So it looks like we are. So we have got to take some more bits out now, which that's where the book is at the moment. So we're up to this section. So it now looks like I've got to put it onto the back, onto the other part, which is on here, which I assume, again it says flip it over. Now this is where you've got to follow the orientation, which we've got, and it's got to go at this side. Does it go at the side section, or I don't know. I don't think it does. I think it, oh I see, it sits under. Right, so that's interesting. So basically it can't sit on any of these, but this will be flush on this side. So these ones here, the brain has to go to the top and it has to sit. So it is sitting, yeah, so it's sitting, this is sitting flush with that. So let me show you. So this bit here has got to keep straight, even though you've got a gap in the centre. Right, I'll flip it over and I'll show you exactly where we put it. So now we're building the side up. So this is going to be the back of the Game Boy itself. So yeah, that's a little bit, but that's the orientation we need. So we just need that for this sit flush with that, with a little gap. Then that sits on that tiny edge, and then you've got this overhanging, obviously, on that front. But yeah, so it looks like now we've got to do another side. Cool. Well, we've got that sorted, and now we need another long piece. Oh God, that's the only piece I've got. I haven't got no other long piece. It's that one of these. Okay, and it says put it over this side, because now we've got to do the opposite side. So I suppose in, again, orientation, it's best to follow the book at the end of it. So we'll flip that over. Stuart. Right, so we got that on there, and we need another piece. Yes, you take another piece and flip that over. So now we've got this piece here. Cool. Straight piece on that, and another piece on here. So it looks like we've got to take that and then put that one over, and then it's created this. So basically, so we've got one piece sticking out, but you can't see it. It does sit in the centre. Cool. One of these and a brown one. Oh, one of the long brown ones. Flip it over. Now it says it's got to do this side. Yes. So it's got to sit this orientation. So we need to put that brick on that corner. That one then overlaps that double brick, and then it should give you one at the end, and it does. So it's exactly right. Again, take one of these bricks, and we got to pull it at the, flip it over so it extends it. So we want this. Basically, want that sort of scenario. That's what it's telling you to do. Again, keep it at that orientation because you need to work on this. Then it says take one of your super long ones and again one of these type of bricks, and we've got to put that at one end up here, and we want the long one bridging all the way over. Look, you know what I was saying before, look, this is what I say to you, we make sure these bricks are pushed down, otherwise you'll get a gap and it won't sit straight. God, Jesus, that is, yeah. That wasn't snug, but it is now. So we want that long brick going all the way over so it bridges the other part of the brick. So it gives it its agility. Can you see what I mean with the bricks? Look, that's not sitting 100%. But these bricks are like that. You're going to get this occasionally. But just make sure they're snug on that front. So hopefully. And we look like we've got to take another one of these bricks. Seal it over. So it goes over on that section. Cool. Now we need small one and one of these 3 little bricks. Put that in the centre. Did it say? Yeah, put it in the centre. Cool. Which is in the centre. And I've got to put that right where that brown brick is. So it goes over that. So it sits right in the centre of this build. So hopefully. Cool. And we're up to this page. So we're already at page 37. So it's actually going quite quick on that front. So we've got, now we've got to make this section up. So yes. Right. Cool. Okay. One of these. This is what really worries me. When it gets down to less and less bits actually in your build, you worry about, oh, am I going to be a piece short? You know, or it's like, and when Andy does them builds and you're putting all them clocks and the watches together, right, and you're putting the parts and you're thinking exactly the same thing. When you're trying to follow a guide, like all guides, you're putting it in and you're thinking, yeah, but it's not being very clear. Does it go around this orientation? Because you're dealing with electrical components, especially with resistors and capacitors. They have to go around the specific way. Otherwise, if you reverse it, you'll pop a cap. You'll have the magic smoke come out at the end of the day. And that's the only thing is, Lego is exactly the same thing. You've got to get it the right orientation, like I did earlier on with this. All I basically done was missed out a green brick, but it threw me off because it wasn't matching up in the book. And you are trying to follow a guide because it's like trying to do a Rubik's cube. You know, who can do a Rubik's cube now without looking at a guide or a piece of software to actually try and do it? I used to do it near enough blindfolded. I used to do it really quick and have it done in like less than a minute. Now I struggle and think, bloody hell, I can only do once. You might be able to get 2 sides, but you try and do a whole cube, you know, and they're an absolute nightmare to try and do. So, and I've still got, like I said, I've still got my original 1980s one up there, that Rubik's cube. I had to use a special piece of software to rectify it because it was all messed up. My mate messed it up for a laugh, and he said, yeah, I bet you can't. He said, you should be able to sort that out. I went, you bloody git. I went, now I had to use a special piece of software and it maps it, it takes pictures. It is clever, but it maps it all out for you and it tells you how many turns to make the Rubik's cube up on that front. So looks like well now I've now got to flip this back over, right, and take these pieces. So again, it looks like I've got to work where this brown side is. Put that small brick on one side of that so it goes over. And that then goes in between and it builds it up. So we've got that sort of section. Cool. And that's what it said. It says now you can put that back on the board. So now it looks like if you look, you've got 2 of these builds, except This one's got black, and the other one didn't have the black on it. But what I'm more confused is, oh right, I see. So it goes on the other side, and then it should, hold up. Well, it should, he said it should match up. Well, that's not matching up. One side's higher than the other. Unless I've done that wrong. Yeah, one side's higher than the other. Then that's not right then, is it? Obviously, again, follow the book. You're only trying to follow the guide. But it looks like that's got to go down. But that goes flush, which that's not supposed to go flush. Hold up. For crying out loud. Right. It says on there that you need, once you've done that piece, hold up, where's that green piece? So I mean with these books, it's all you're doing is following a guide. So I've done that. Right, it says once you've done that, put a green piece up. Hold up. Where's that got to go? It looks like it's got to go at the bottom. We've got to put a green piece at the bottom. Now it says flip this over, which we have, and it says it's got to go. Is that right? Because again, it's cut off there. I don't know, unless that's wrong. I think that might be wrong. This one might be wrong because it's not matching up here. So again, this I might have to take that piece back off and just move that down one. I think that's what I have to do. Move it down one, so we've got a gap, right? And then move that. Then that makes it right. That means then it's now matching. Because before it wasn't matching. It was one was up high. And that's what the book's saying here. If you look here, obviously it cuts off that corner, which you can't see. But if you look on this page, on here, I had one high piece and one low piece. So I assume that all I've done, I've got that piece wrong. I've just moved it up one more than it should be on that. So on that front. So yeah, looking at that's a little bit, again, a little bit confusing on that front. But now it's corrected. But it looks like we've got a gap there. Is that should we have a gap there? I don't know. Again, the book can't tell you because it don't bloody show you. So it does, which don't help the situation because you think, am I supposed to have a gap there? Because again, that page previous, again, it's because of the angle, it's not showing you. So I assume, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But we have, that is now lined up at the end of it, and it is all pushed down snugly. So what I've done with this side, I moved it up one too many. I just moved it down. But then obviously we've got this little slot thing here, so obviously on that I don't know. I'll come back to that in a minute, and we might be able to see on the page. So it looks like I now need one of these, a brown. Looks like we're going on to the brown section now. One with a little cup thing, a little free, single free, black free, and a single grey with a little spike sticking up, a little cube. Right, and we got to build this up. Yes. So again, looking at it, we've got to work like this. You have to work like the book does, because that's all you're doing. You're trying to work like the book. Because if you put it straight, it's throwing you off. So you're trying to copy their guide. But that guide is really challenging, like always. So it's not very clear how you come across. So I assume one goes across the black. One goes across the black, but we've got, yes, so that black piece does go all the way to the back of it. So then we take the single piece, and that's got to go down, right? Okay. The brown piece has got to go down. So the black piece on there has to go across, so it looks like a T, but you've still got a black piece underneath. So that beige sits on top of it, which the book don't tell you because you can't see it. we put the grey in between, next to the beige, and then you need another one of them beige ones again, and put one next to it, so it's like a little arm, right? So we've created that, and then we take this piece, yes, and where do we put that? Looks like we put that at this. Do we go that on the side? I don't know, because again it's not being very helpful. It says that you've got to pull it, but we've got a gap there. No, you shouldn't have a gap there. We've got like a gap thing here, and if I put this over, that's going to create a gap underneath, because it won't sit right. That's what he's telling me to do. Okay, I'll follow it and see what he says. In lining with that black piece. Because look, if you look at the side, we've got a gap underneath it, which don't seem right to me. Oh no, it don't. It just, alright, that's my doing. I didn't push it down. That's what I said. So it has to line up with that black piece there, so it sits in. And then this piece sits, no, it sits like that. So it has to bridge over. Right, so it has to sit like this section. God almighty. I mean, I'll definitely say Lego is not the easiest. It probably was fun back in the day, but you try and do it when you're in your 50s and you're thinking, bloody hell, you're trying to rack your brains, and you're thinking, does that go there? I don't know, does it? You're following the book, you're thinking, no, something's not right. But we get there in the end. The last of that long black piece, and it looks like I've got to take a single, it's a beige, it's a crummy, like a caramel colour, little circle. So we need one of them, and we look like we've put one at this side. Yes, it looks like we're building this up, and that goes all the way over. It does, snugs all the way over. So we put that up there, and we lay that long brick. It goes all the way across, so it covers all of these. Obviously, something sits in this, it snaps in at the end of it, and then you can see it up here. So, cool. And that's what the book says. So it tells you, looking at that bit. We're coming up to virtually the halfway mark on the book. So now it looks like we're building another part of a pillar. Yeah, it looks like a shoulder button or something that we're building to build. Obviously, this is the back of it. So this is going to be the size, which looks near enough the original size of what a Game Boy would have looked anyway at the end of it. So yeah, I suppose I did have my old one, so but because it got pinched, I can't put it to reference at the end of the day. So I would have liked to compared it side by side and had a look, but it's going to be, that looks near enough the correct size that was anyway. The Game Boys were chunky. The Game Boy Advances, actually, come to think about it, give me 1 minute. I'll go back to Game Boy Advanced. Not the Advanced, the Game Boy Colour. Because obviously, I've got Game Boy Colour. Oh, look how dusty that is. It's sat up there for so long. Anyway, so looking at the size of that, of the comparison, look, I mean, that's, I suppose it probably would be up there. So it's a tad little bit wider than a Game Boy Colour. So would the original Game Boy would have been, it would have been a little bit, so that would have been the correct size anyway. And looking at that, and it's even got a bloody serial number on the back of it. I mean, like all these, they always have, so if you look, they do put like tags and things on it where it looks like it. So yeah, I'm not sure about this. I can't compete because they did change the design. Obviously, the Game Boy Colour was a later revision that come out. But yeah, it ain't far from it. To come to think about it, it's not a bad size. So, looks like I've got to take the last piece of that, one of these, and we got, no, that's a corner, is it? No, it's a corner. Jesus. Yes, it is a corner. So we've got to put the corner underneath so it stands out. So it goes underneath that corner. So it creates that. So underneath, then we take the last of the we take the last one of these and one of these, and we've got to put, looks like we've got to build this up. Hold up, because I'm getting it round the wrong way here. It's got to go that way, then that way, and then that bit goes on there. So this is the way it's got to go round. Right, we've got, obviously it looks like we're making another shoulder button up that sits on top, which is cool. So we're taking that, and then one of these black bricks. What else? Two of the, that should be the last two now. That's the last two of these type bricks. So it looks like we're building this up. So again, corner to corner, just sling it on the corner so it clips in. So it's like this. Yep, that's correct. And then we just build the shoulder. So this looks like this is part of another section that is building up. Cool. Right, now we need some of the small little bits. Two of the flat ones, okay. One of these, oh, two of them. It's only, well, there is only two anyway at the end of it. So where do we put these? So one piece goes over 3 bricks, which it does. Sits over 3, which that gives it a little bit of strength. Then we put one at one end, then the double brick, the triple brick over that, and then the other one goes up the other end. Is that right? No, we only need one. We don't need, yeah. So you only need one. We need this one on there. So basically, we just needed to create that so there's a gap in the centre, basically. Right, cool. Okay. So we've done that. We leave that one out because that one's got to go on there. So now we need a quarter section. One of the quarter sections, and that goes at the end. Yes. So it sits over in that corner. So it creates that. Again, I assume this is building the back. I'm pretty sure they didn't have shoulder buttons on these. I'm not 100% sure. Because, like I said, the Game Boy Color was it was a lot more advanced than the Game Boy on that front. But I'll soon know, unless it's part of the build that they're doing on it. Anyway, we put that on. That section's done. So, again, another little corner. Cool. A quarter section now. Where the heck is that? Right, well that's interesting. Oh, here it is. Right, okay, one of them. Cool. So it looks like we've got to put... Is that got to go that way? Or has it got to go that way? I don't know. I think it's got to go that way. That looks like the way it goes on. And then that goes on top of it. So it gives it a squarer look. Right, it's got to go backwards. That's weird. Right. So that little quarter section has to sit like that. And then, obviously, you put another one in corners so it's facing opposite of each other. And you can see one faces one side and the other one's curved on the other at the end of it. But that's the way they've got it on there, on the book. It's telling you to put it on. Right, now this is interesting. It's telling you to bring this in, and which way has this got to sit? It looks like it goes at the top. So, again, keeping this orientation... We've got to keep it here, and that bit there, these bits, sit on this, basically. So this is a top piece, and it is, look, it's part of building the top piece here. And that's cool, isn't it? So it gives it a nice shape, so it does look like the back end, you know, obviously, this is the bottom end, I assume this is the top end where you put the cartridge in, because there'd be a flat piece going in, so you slot it in. So this is what it's building. Cool, okay. Yep, that's correct. It's all matching together. Right, we need 1, 2, yes, on that. Again, building on this with these 2 parts, what we need. Right, well, that's interesting. Where do I put that? That piece goes there, so it builds that up, and there's piece that goes that side. So we've got that orientation. So we put that piece there and that piece that goes like a little, it looks like a little L shape on there. So we still ain't done that corner yet because again, the corner bit's missing, but they haven't got to that yet. But we'll get to that in a minute because it's not telling you not to do that just at the moment. So it's now saying you want some yellow pieces, 2 of the yellows. Well, there's only 2 of the yellows. Is that a corner? Yep, they're corners. 1 rounded corner. We should have another one. Is that 1? No, 1. Right, okay. So again, this build looks like we're making a start and making this build up. Is that going up on that corner? It is. And we're putting that corner to that corner. It sits over that brick. So that's where we've put it. So we've built this corner up round here. And this brick goes across the 2 little green bricks. So it's bridging. So it sits like that. But we still ain't done this corner yet, but we've built that corner up more. Because now you've got like, you know what it looks like? You know when you used to put bits of like a little loop string like you used to put with your mobile phones. The old Nokias have got these. Yeah, look, that puts me in mind of what that is. I've still got my old Nokia. I've got a couple of Nokias in a cupboard. They're in the kitchen. They need new batteries. The batteries don't last long in them. I don't know if I can actually still get the batteries for them. I'm hoping I can because one's a 30. I don't know if the other one's a 3340. I forgot what the other one is. There's a couple of the old Nokias. They're mid 90s. Because that's when the Nokias come out. It didn't have them in the 80s. It was all the early 90s that Nokia started to come out. So it looked like we need to take this quarter section and there's the other. That's probably part of that corner that we haven't done yet. So we look like we've got to take that notch. Yeah. So basically, and there's only this one piece. So we take that corner with that corner and clip it on. So we've got a corner here. So it says, and now we've got to put that tapped up in that corner. So hopefully, which it does, and it connects the corner. So that's cool. And we've got, have you noticed it's got like a little slot cut out here? I think that's where you put the card in there. It looks about the right width. So we've got this corner now built. That's all done. Really, Bronson? Right, green, flat piece. Little, looks like little chair thing. We've got that on there. What else is it? We need one of these type of pieces. Cool. And one that goes upside down. So you've got one that sits down and one that sits upright. So one of each. So the one that's sitting down, we have to put the green piece at the bottom. Yeah, at the bottom. Cool. And we want the piece that looks like the chair that sits above it. So it's created this design. Cool. And then this piece then, hold up, because one piece sits down, one piece sits up. I'm a little bit baffled by that. Hold up. I think that's the design it's going for. It is. That's, now we got to create this design. That's confusing as hell. So that's what it is. So it's basically saying, sit this down, right? So we have to use this one first. We have to get this design, right? And then we take this piece. It says put it at the bottom on the flat end here. So it goes on here. And then this piece, the green piece, sits behind that piece. So we've got this design. So it's all flush basically. So we've got this design here. So we've got that piece sticking out, that's flush at the bottom. We've got that design. Now it looks like that has to go in that gap, because you know I said to you earlier on, it's got a gap. Oh, everyone's gone. Oh, okay. So we've got that piece in here. Now is that going to go into that piece? Like that? Yeah, slots in. So it goes, slots in like that. Cool. And it's filled that gap in as well. So, must be boring. No worries, no worries. We've put that piece in there. Right, red piece. Cool. Black piece of that. Yep, we've got that in there. Small grey piece. Flat piece. And one of them. So we take that one. Put the grey on one side. That goes at the back. Yep, that goes, it's inverted. Put that on top. Cool. Right, and also you need 3, which you do, we have got 3. And they've all got to sit on top. That is going to try. One goes one side, and one goes that goes the other. Now, let me get this correct, because again, it's not being very helpful. How many bricks do we put on? We only put 2 bricks on there. You've put 3. We only need 2. Cool. And we'll put 1 brick . Must be one of them type of bricks that you put on. There you go. And she sits like that. So basically, so we're sitting, you know, we're sitting on this front, which is really cool. Cool. And we look like we've got to put that piece facing it goes on there. So that's interesting. So that piece that was facing down, it's got a slot into that little hole on that front. But yeah, okay. That should be interesting. So we've created this piece here anyway, so it slots in. Oh, except that piece come off. No, it goes on that piece. Doesn't go on there. It slots in there. That's where it goes. It slots in that selection. Nice. So, okay. Page 48. Looks like we've got to do all that again with the last remaining pieces. 1 red, 1 of the black, 3 on the other 2, so it's 2 on top of each other. So it looks like we put 2 on 2. 1 goes on them, and the flat brick. So again, same thing as before, but on the opposite side this time. Sides, facing, goes down. Cool. Yep, so we've got to face that. Got to make sure we face these inwards. Cool, okay. And we got to put one at one end where the red bit goes. And then a double brick on the opposite. And we've got one on one side and one at the other. So, which is cool. Same thing as before. The red bit has to slot in that tiny arm. Hold up. Yes. So we have to keep it this orientation. Push it down. Push the brick in. And hey presto, you've got one front. So you've got the opposite directions on there. So there, we got that. Cool. Bag 3. So we've got these remaining bits here. This is what I don't understand with bag. So we'll put these remaining bits back in. Tells you to take them out, but you don't need them. Cool. Bag 3. Out of bag 3 out of bag 5. Now we've got another 2 little bags in that one. Cool. We've got some remaining bits to actually put in. They're on from bag 1 and 2. Let's have a look. Open him up. Yeah, we've got some small pieces in both of these bags. So these look like buttons. So this looks like this is mapping a controller at the end of it. So yeah, give me 1 minute. Let me just turn that heat off. And we need just a smidge of drink. Right, we need 3 of the small residual pieces which are going to be in here. Cream, lovely, nice one. Let's have a look in this one. 2 and 3. Yep, cool. Okay. What side? Looks like we've got to work on this side anyway. We've got to put these in the yellows and they have to go in a specific way. So that one goes at that one end. One goes in where the black bit goes. Is that right? It's saying, yeah, okay. And one goes in on that corner. So it's telling you to put one there, one in that corner, and one in that corner. And lovely, we need, what's that, dark green? Looks like you need a 3 green, 4 green. That's a light green, that's a dark green. Difference in greens. Okay, fair enough. One goes over one end. Cool. Then we take another of the beige, put that underneath. So we've created that sort of look. We put that under. Okay. And we need one. What's that? One of the 3 brown bricks? Yes. Goes under the brown. Okay. So we've created that sort of thing. Nice. Okie dokie. Leaves 1 brick left. So we now need the square piece. We look like we put that over on the corner, which we do. So we've created this. Flip it over so you guys can see. So it sits flush. And again, you need light grey brick. Yeah, they're not going to be in here. They're going to be in this bag. So you need 1 of the light grey. Okay. And it goes directly in the centre, flips over, so it binds the dark brown in the light beige, so it sits over like that. So hopefully that's where we're up to at the minute. So now we've got that sorted, we're now on section 54, which we need one of these sections. We're going to need one of the little tiny brown ones. God almighty, these are nano. You'll easily lose these if you spread these out and you knock these on there, you'd never see them. That's why I said, you know, it's the only thing with Lego, it's the only one downside is you can easily, these bits are really, really small. And I am not kidding, they are small. At the end of it, you know, it's like you said, when you've got big chunky fingers, I mean, you easily put it down, you think, bloody hell, that's just pinged across the room, where's that gone? It doesn't matter, you're not going to find it, you're going to have a problem trying to find that. Right, so again, orientation, looking at this, looking at that book, which is not being very helpful, this quarter section's got an overhang, because that looks like it does, because it does slightly overhang. Because you've got 2 little cutouts. If you have a look on these, see the little cutouts on here, and that's what you do. It has to sit in between 1.5 of a brick. So you put these on, and that cutout there, it goes over 1 brick. So if you have a look, you've got like a notch cutout. But again, the book don't tell you that. But again, you've got to think outside the book section, and move that inner one to. Oh no, it looks like that goes underneath. No, you're right. It goes underneath, because then it then sits on the corner of one of these, and that now sits correct. So basically, that's how it has to sit underneath it. But that don't seem straight to me. One side sits over, and one side sits in. Because that's, again, it's not being very helpful. Yeah, it does. It's up to this section. So, yeah, I've got it right. So it has to sit. This side sits flush, where this side sticks out. Okay. Fair enough. So it goes in, and it sits underneath and not on top. Cool. Okay. So we need... Let me have a look at the brick side. I'm trying to find these type of, they look like a little black, oh no, here, look, they're here. So there's one there, and I need the little red one. Is there a little red one in there? Oh, you missed her. Thank you for coming out. What are you doing? Who says it? Yes, so we have one of these pieces here, and it looks like you've got to stand it up and it goes in at the bottom. Poke that all the way through. Right, okay. And then that piece pokes through the bottom. No, it sits on top, but that looks like it's poking through. Yeah. So basically, that's how it sits. It's supposed to sit so it's hovering. So it's not poking through the bottom, it's flush. So it sits in between, which is cool. Okay, fair enough. Oh, my legs. Now I'm trying to look for now small green piece of brick 2, which are not in here. It's not in that bag. It's going to be in this bag. I just know it's going to be in this bag. Yep, and they are in this bag, as I thought it would be. Right, one of them, we need a light 4 green and a 3 black. 3 black is going to be in the other bag, which it is. 3 black. There you go. Cool. So, looks like now we've got to build, keeping it at this orientation. No, it's got to go this orientation, so it's got to point down towards you. End of there. So, looks like that goes over the top. Cool. The black goes next to it. Cool. And then the green stands over. So again, exactly the same thing. So we've got, it looks like you're pointing this down with the gold bit pointing at the top. Single green goes over the red, so it covers it. Then the black 3, and then put the green one, 4 green, so one sticks out. Cool. Okay. And that's where it is in the book. She's telling you to do exactly the same. Okie dokie. So we now need another 2 of the green parts, which are going to be in this small section of the small bag 3. Yes, they're in there. So we need 1. We need 2 of the green bits. Again, keep it at that orientation with that point pointing down. And we need to put 1 on that corner and 1 on that corner. So we're building this up. So we put 1 there, 1 there. Cool. Right, cool. Small bag again, because you're going to need these little tiny bits and pieces. No, they're not in that bag. They're going to be in this bag. Of course they are. And they look like it's these lime green. There's only that colour in there, so you can't make a mistake. But you need 4 of them. 4. 3. And as usual, right at the bottom, 4. So, looks like you're going to need, there's only these colours in there, and they are lime green. They're like a greenish yellow, but there's that one colour in there. So again, kept orientation, keep that going down. And it looks like we have to put these in inverted, upside down by the looks of it. These have to go in a certain order. So 1 in that centre. So 1 in that centre in there. 1, oh bloody hell, God, this ain't easy. Where the heck? Right, well that's actually a little bit better. This looks like a joystick. Ah, this could be the D-pad, what they're doing. Right, they all go round in a diamond shape format. Yes. That's where that looks like because again it's got that resistance when I've done a joystick on the bar top Lego arcade, the Pac-Man, exactly the same formation. This is going to create a D-pad because it makes sense. Looking at the original Game Boy, this is, I suppose, this is what's going to replicate on because it won't be a joystick. It'll actually be the up, down, left, and right. So again, exactly the same thing on there, and it's good because I can sort of use this for reference because this book's really confusing. So that sort of makes sense, doing it that way. So cool, okay. I mean, that's what it's saying here. But again, that's not being very helpful. But that side was, because obviously it was laid down more so you can see where that wasn't telling you where that was going. But on there, I'm glad I looked at that. And it sort of makes sense because that's what it's making now. So cool, okay. Bloody hell. So we've done up to this section at the end of it. So that's all done. Well, I think that's what it's building up, the gubbins of that. Now we need flat. Oh my god, where the heck is it? Ah, it's one of these bits. So it's flat on one end and it's got all bricks at the other. And I need a tube. Oh, excuse me. Indigestion. We need one of these little round tube things. We got one of them in there? She's got to be probably somewhere. Yeah, yeah. But it's got a thing sticking in it. No, we don't need that just at the moment. So we need one of these little like chimney type things. And we got to pull it. Now again, correct orientation. Pull it at the brick. Pull it on the left side. So it's got to go one side. That then has to go, again, angle is not helping one bit. It looks like it can only sit on that one ledge bit there anyway. So it sits in between. So it seems offset. Because again, looking at the book, it doesn't tell you where to stick it, basically. So again, it only made sense for that to sit in. But again, this is how they do these books. These are not the easiest to put together. And it's really confusing. So for future reference, you know it'll only sit in that one spot up there anyway, so it looks offset. Because again, the way they've done the angle, they do angles like this, which that's not great. That's not going to help you. So you have to look at, just make sure that that fits snugly into it. Cool. Now we need another 3 of them chimneys. We have got some of them chimneys in here. Let me take some of these out. We got one. This is why I don't like dragging all the bags out, because this is a prime example. You put too many bags out, you're going to lose them. They're going to go on the floor, and you're going to be. They just give you enough parts. Sometimes they give you some extra because you know you're going to lose them, but not in all the bags. They don't. Now these look like these go round. This is definitely creating a D-pad, 100%. So, and it's now created that sort of theme. So this looks like this is going to be part of a D-pad section, because again, that little rubber sponge on that, and that makes sense because you've got a diamond bit on there, and these are all level. So none of these are off level. These are the correct level. Cool. And that's where we are now on here. So this, remember, we're working from the back to the front. So that makes sense because that's what this is. This is the back end. We're working our way up. So we're building the gubbins inside the Game Boy to build it all the way up. So now this has to sit. So I've got to get the correct orientation because again, the book's not helping. It tells you where to sit in a book, but because it's at an awkward angle, you've got to try and position it so where it sits. So I've got to think that should sit. Yes, it sits snugly into that. So don't ever force it once you built it. Obviously, just make it so it just fits snugly. So if that don't fit, don't ever force it on that front. See, that sits in here snug now. I can push that down. And we should, hold up. that should sit on. There's nothing for that to bind down, is there? Because they're brick against brick. Oh, I'm really confused here. There's nothing for that. It can't move. I suppose it won't need to move, thinking about it, because this is going to be the joystick. You're going to have stuff going on top. So the flush piece is sitting against the flush piece. So there's nothing for physically for this to be bit down. But that's the way it's said in the book. I'll go with it. So, so if you think that you've done this wrong, you've not. That's what he's saying now. That just sits in that flush piece against them flush bricks. So there's nothing for it to clip down. So it will just sit snugly in there. Because once you've got the top layer on, this won't move anyway, thinking about it. So give or take. That's what the book's saying. It don't tell you, but that's the route it's going down. So don't run away with the idea you think you've done it wrong. You've done it correctly. So we're going to need one flat piece there, one free of the brick. Free brick? Oh God, hold up. Free brick. We ain't got free brick. Is it in it? Have we got any free bricks in here? Yes, 3 bricks are in there. So sometimes you have to check the bags. So give or take. Okie dokie. So we put that piece that goes on that corner. So it goes on that corner. Cool. And now we're going to need the small pieces again. So we need one piece of that, one corner. Cool. No, that's dark brown. Can't use that. It's got to be in the other bag. Hold up a minute. No, that's wrong. We can't even use that one. That one's got a claw on one. Can't use that. That is a no-no. It's one of that. One of the flat ones. Right. Well, it ain't in here. I thought the little blank plate would have been in here. Okie dokie. Right, then it's got to be in this bag here. Right, yes. So we've got a flush one there, and there's the other one that I was looking for. So it was in that little tiny bag. Okay. Cool. Now we take this orientation, put the brick going. Right, so hold up. So we got to go brick on that side. Plate in the centre. Right, okay, fair enough. That then goes over. Oh, that's a 4. We need a 3. That's the wrong size. So we need a 3, and that one sits over there. Right, okay. Glad I checked that. One was a 4, one's a 3. So basically we want to create this. So I put a 4 one in because I thought, why can't the beige go on the corner? Well, that's why. So yeah. Okie dokie. Now, what do we need now? Black 1 brick. Yep. Okay. And yep. One of these type of black bricks again, that front. Right. One of them's go, right, it's got to be faced at the back. That's got to be facing the front. Cool. So it's facing the front. Yeah. and then we need, right, now you need 2 of the 4 ones, and they go on top of each other. Cool. And then one goes round the corner from that. Yes, so it has to sit like that. Okay, fair enough. Cool. We need the small bag because we need the green little bits and small black one. Okay. Okie dokie. Right, 1 free. There you go. One of the black free ones. So again, we're building this up by the looks of it. So again, the green goes on the corner. The 3 goes over with one lapped over. So basically, it laps like this. Basically. So we want to create that feel. Cool. Yeah, we're still working on this corner by the looks of it. Now we need 2 of them black bricks. Now I did see them, they're in that small bag. They're like a little half of one of them. Yeah, we got 2 of them. Cool, okay. They look like they go now. What side have we got to flip this? So it's got to be facing this side. So you want to be facing this side. And looks like these go upside down, so these are sloping downwards. So basically they want to be sloping down, so you've got like a lip here, so you can actually see that side. Cool. And now what do we need now? Now we've got some slope ones, some special slope ones here. We've got 2 of them. So we look like we need 2 of these sloped. Yeah, I did see them. Yeah, there's one there. Should have another one. Yes. 2 of the slope ones. They only look like there's only 3 in total, but they're both the same. Exactly the same. So they're no different. And where do we put these? These go at the side of each other. Right, interesting. So again, they will go like that. The orientation, they look like they segregate on top of that flat brick there. Cool. Now we take this, flip, keep it at this side here, and that flush side, let's have a look. It's literally got to go. Oh, Jesus, I nearly dropped that. Right, so we look. We got to go. The green goes at the end, and the brick sits on top. Cool. So we've got one bit sticking out. The green sits in the end, and we've got an inner bit there, and that fits right in that ballpark of where that piece sits. That's what it says. Make sure that piece sits on that corner. Even got a little elbow brick. So they're sitting correctly. And it looks like that's got the word. Hold up. So we've got one that says select. Right, one should say select and the other one should say start. Interesting. I did not see that. So again, correction to detail. Please look. Yeah, we've got start and select. So we've got to make sure that one's got start and select on it, because the one was plain and it didn't say that. So let me double check and we get the correct orientation on that movement. So select goes towards a green brick. So we got that wrong. Move it over. Fine. So one goes over to this side. And that says select, and the other one should say start. And you'll now see. So the select should go to the green, where that green brick is, and the start should go towards beige brick there at the end of the day. And if you put it round the right way, It says start and select. Cool. Right, beige. Let's have a look at the brown brick. And we want a green flat. Yes, 6 one. It was one in here. Okay, we've got one of these flat brick ones again. Hold up a minute. I can't see that. Sorry. Need one of them. One of these with the little bit sticks out the back. Put that to one side, and you want one of the flat black ones. Will it be in here? Black 3. No, you haven't got no more. That's interesting. No, they're not in that one. Oh, they're in this bag. Okay, they're in this bigger bag. So we've got to take one of these. So again, we take the flat brick, put it over so the brick is sticking out on the flush side. So it sits like that. Cool. The brown sits on top. And the 3 sits on top of that. So we've got this sort of aspect. Really cool. Okay. That then looks like we need to take this piece here. Make sure you're on the green side with the bit sticking out, because this is where it's now going to take it into place. Have we got to put that? Yes, we've got to put that so it's flush at one end. So this side is all flush. Yeah, that flush at this side, so you can see it, and this side sticks out. Right, cool. Now, we still ain't finished yet because we're still building this up by the looks of it. So again, 3 brick at the corner, and we need to take a little round beige circle. Yeah, okay, cool. Now we'll take this and let's see where this sits. Let's get the correct diameter. So we'll flip it round so this end is facing up, not down. So we've got the lip at the bottom, and put that at the corner. The little one goes on the corner, and the remaining ones go round the corner, and it sits on top. So then that all sits flush. So you've got this side bit now. Cool. And we take the remaining 1 brick on that. Hold up. Yeah. And it's saying on there, that doesn't make any sense because that should sit flush, which we did put on there. Which that has built that up, but right, okay, that's interesting. Was there something else missing on this? Because there's obviously nothing's been built up on that. That's not adding up to me. That's not making any sense. Because we've got, if we have to take that piece, it's not going to sit flush against that brick. Because we've got a gap. So, again, there's a bit of a foo-foo here on this brick. So I've got to divert looking at that brick, it says on that green brick, where was that green brick on there? No, that's built up right. So between this section and this section, there's something wrong, because it's just telling me to put the long grey brick over, but I've got to build one corner up, and they haven't given me another corner to build up. So something's not right on that corner, which doesn't make sense, because that should be flush for that to go across. Because again, if that was the case, that would then bring it up. So would there be another brick that I have to put in? Because again, that's not making much sense. Yeah, but Jesus, confusing as hell, as always, confusing. But I'm looking at it, and again, if you look at the book, if you look closely, you can see grey, beige, grey, and then that. Now, if you look at mine, I haven't got that, so something's wrong here on that front, because obviously I ain't seeing grey, beige, grey, and I'm not seeing that section. And that's the trouble. So something else along here is missing before I put this piece on. And that's exactly where this needs to be on that front. So I'll take that piece back off, right, if I can take it off, because now I've put two on top of each other. And that's not going to be the easiest to try and separate. Because again, the tool they give you will only take one piece off. And these are a nightmare to try and get apart. So I always like a really flat metal spudger to try, because again, Lego. So we're right up to that bit at the minute. If you look at the bottom, it says on there grey, which I've got, beige, yeah, I've got. Now it says on that front we're supposed to have a long grey that goes across. So what is that, a 4? But they're saying it's a 3. Well, I didn't put that in. And I haven't got one of them pieces. I don't think I have. Double check. It's not having, no, it's not saying none of that. I mean, these pieces can stay out now. There's hardly anything in them. So what I do, if I take these pieces out, and then I can see what I'm working with. Here's the other 3. So I was right. So basically, so if there's one on there, so something's not right with this. What I've done, I've made this section up, but between this section and this section, there's obviously a difference, because again, I followed the suit, what it says to make. I've got that side's made up there, so that one's all done basically, because I've got the brown, the black and the green on that. But if you flip this round, I've now obviously got to do this side, which this side is not tallying up, because again, I've got the grey, but I'm now short here. So I'm baffled, because again, they're not exactly explaining what this has got to sit on. And that's got to go across. Obviously, when this bit goes across round in a circle, there's not going to be nothing inside sitting on this. Because if I push that down, you've got a gap. You shouldn't have gaps. Not on this. You should not be having any gaps on this whatsoever. So again, that book is not explaining very well. I've put the gold cap, I've put the beige cap on. I've got the grey going over the top, but then it wasn't telling me that earlier, which doesn't make sense. So something's not right with this bit here, and they've skipped a section, which doesn't make any sense. I'm really baffled. Because again, is there anything that goes underneath that? Did they put a grey brick underneath it? I mean, they did give me some spare one. I'm going to put a grey brick underneath it, right? Because that's not making much sense to me at the end of the day. So that will then give me that would look correct the way I've done it there, because if you look now on this section where this brick is, so if I look, yeah, and I can show you. If you look, we've got grey, beige, grey, and then a beige, and then you've got like a little lip. Well, now that looks like that matches. So, but again, they've skipped this section out. It's not even in the book. They've not even told me in the book. So this is what I'm saying with Lego. It's really annoying because even if you went back to the previous part, it's not telling you. But now that's correct. At that front, that sort of matches, and that goes underneath. And then now I could put the 4 that will now go. But before I couldn't do that. I couldn't put this piece across because there was a gap missing. And it wasn't lining up here, because this, you should have had like a gap going on top of it. And it's telling you that that's what you need. You need to put one of these gold caps on top, so it all sits flush. And that's exactly it. So now that is correct, which the book is telling you, no, that's not right. Because like you said, you're missing, what they've done, they've missed the grey piece out, and they've missed the little grey brick out. Otherwise this won't sit together and it won't sit right. So when you get to this point in the book, if you ever do get one of these, you're going to run into this problem, because again, it's not being very helpful, because that grey brick on top sits on top because you've got your start and your select, but this should, because this is all part of the front. But if this don't sit correctly, this is going to affect when you put this in to the section underneath on here, because again, this throws you off because this just sits in it. It don't tell you it clips in. This don't clip in, just sits in. So again, the book don't tell you that. So you've got to think out. This is the only thing with Lego. You've got to think outside the box. Anyway, we've got to that point now. It is now put right. That this section is correct at the end of it. I haven't done that wrong. That is now sitting right. Because right, even at the bottom part of this bit here, it highlights in red. That's what it's supposed to look like at the end of the day. But they have missed out one small part on that section, which is here, which is that grey brick, and you need a small grey brick to flush that up. You know, I'm baffled why they didn't put that in, but they must have had, you know, they obviously forgot to put that part in the book. Anyway, so we've got to that bit. Right, so let's start with another grey brick. Hold up, where's the grey brick? Yeah, one of them. We've got an arch one here as well, so we've got to put an arch one. Right, now, this is where it gets interesting. Right, so we now got to put the arch above the black brick, because otherwise it won't sit flush. So it sits in between that black piece in the centre. This sits at the side. Fills that in. Cool. It just feels snug and all. Right, hold up. And then we need, what do we need now? One of these flat ones that's got no writing, and alright, where's the other part? Is that in the box? Oh, this is a rubber band. Right, okay, keep the rubber band out. Right, that's interesting, because then you've got one bit there that says the word phones, headphones. So this must be for the headphones side, for the Game Boy. So we got to put the headphones where, yeah, it makes sense, because that looks like then you can put a headphone in, and then you've got your start and your select. So you've got to make sure you get them round the right way, otherwise it'll be back and front at the end of it. And this sits on that orientation, it fits on the side there, so it goes up. Cool. Now we bring this back in, and this now sits at the bottom. Right, this is what I said to you about earlier on, putting the pins in. These pins have to go in a certain way. putting these pins in. So I've got, they're in the correct orientation, but the black, that's got to sit right in between that black pin, so it sits and it feels snug, and it does. It sits in there perfect. So obviously this is the bottom end of the Game Boy where it sits in. Remember that is now not coming out, where before that was sitting in. It's now not coming out. So that that bit must overlap them sections to keep that snugged in, because there's no bits for that to bite in. But then you should make sure these are all lined up and all, because again, if you not push these in snugly, they all start coming out and they feel wobbly. So, but yeah, that piece is in, so that's cool. So we've got up to that section in the book, because remember, you're working from the back going to the front. So one red brick, well, there's only one red brick in there. One of the dark grey ones, yeah, because there's two of them, but we only need one. One of the gold circles of the beige. Right, now we've got to flip the brick upside down, and we need to work it at this side of the angle. It's the way they've worked. So one goes, we've got to flip that upside down. Yes, upside down. In the centre, that goes on the corner. Cool. So when you get the brick, flip it so it's 90 degrees. Work at the angle that it says in the book. Flip these pieces upside down. That piece goes in a corner. Then that sits on there. So when you put it the right way, that's the orientation you need it. But we've got to work it upside down because it's the way they've done it. And again, in the book, it's telling you, again, you've got to put that flat piece at the back of the brick. It's got to be going down. So you don't turn this, you don't flip it that way and stick it in. It's telling you it's got to sit the flush side to the flush side on that brick. And that makes sense because obviously we've got some bits underneath here that where this needs to sit, which is going to be sitting. So the gold piece on there, right, it's got to go into that little section now, and it will slot in. Should do, and it does. It just slots into that place, so the brick sits on top, and then the other two snugs in. So you'll now see this section here. It's all nice and snug, and that ain't moving at all. So that holds all of the D-pad in, because this is going to be the D-pad action anyway. So cool. We've got to that section. This is why I say when you're dragging these bits out, I'll do them when I'm going along, and that way there ain't too many bits out, because you knock one of these off the table and you're going to be a piece short. So again, let's take that brick on there. One piece of that. We've got to take another piece of one of these bits, and two of the cheese type slopes. So we've got one. Alright, where's the other one? No, I've got one. It says you need two. And I bet it's hiding somewhere. And again, you've got to really look, because, yeah, and it was snug over here. That's what I said, because these pieces, they're all identical colour. If one stands up, you think, oh, I'm a piece short. No, look really closely. They are. They do give you them. They do give you some spare pieces anyway, but hopefully. Right, so we need to take this piece here. I've got to work at this angle. It's ridiculous. Put that piece on there. Then we flip it to the front. Put these black slope pieces. So the back's going. So there's the slope pieces going to the bottom, and the cap's going to the top. So you've got that sort of orientation look. But that's the orientation you've got to have it. Right, and then we've got to put these, right, so again, keep it at this orientation, the way you've got it, and these slope pieces I've got to go inwards. So they're so basically they look like a button type. So we want to keep one slopes and then the other one slopes behind it, basically. So You get this orientation look. Cool. Now where do we put that? Right, that then needs, we bring this back in. We have to keep it this orientation. Yes, we have to keep it this orientation, and then we've got to put that like that. Is that right? Behind that red brick. Again, it's not helping the situation on that front. Or is that correct? No. So, oh, I see. So one sits behind it. So, right, cool. So it sits like that. So, basically, we've got to create this sort of like gap in between. So when you're doing it there, it snaps in right in between the other two black bricks, which you can't see on the camera. But this is the orientation it needs to sit in. So it sits down in front of that bit on there. So we've got this sort of like L-shaped, and that ain't moving. So that is correct. If you look at the book's a little bit confusing because again, the angle that this is sitting in is a prime example, but it does tell you should have a gap in between, and it sits behind, sort of snug in where that red brick sits, basically, and it does. It sits in here quite well. So we're doing another piece now. We need a that don't look right to me, but there must be a reason when it all goes together. It must be covered up. So I'm going to stick to what it says because I'm trying to follow the book. Already the book's already misled me into the point where one bit wasn't right. So one grey, one red, one free. Yeah, okay, cool. And these bits are extremely small, really small. So we've got to take the red brick and the black one, pull it behind. Yes, it's got to go behind. So it snaps in between, so it looks like that. Cool, okay. And then what, this piece sits over? Yes. So basically we want to create that sort of look, right? Okay. Then we need to bring this back in, keeping it at this orientation. So you want to keep it at this angle where we can face all of this, because it looks like it goes again. It sits behind. Yes, sits behind that grey brick. So basically we've got two arms that sits on there, one red at the top, and then it sits behind on top of that brick, just behind that brick. So we've got, look, a small gap here, and that all fills that in. So, and that is all snugged in. That's what the book's saying. The book's telling you exactly from that point. So right where it's pointing with that arrow. We're at page 64 out of what we got. We still got another 2 bags and then we're done. So, because there's 5 bags in total. But this, remember, you're making the gubbins up from the inside on that front. So now we look like we're still building up inside. So we've got, and we're getting less stuff now. I've noticed that. A lot less bits. So we need 1 of them, 2 of the greys, and we should have, is that, oh, I can't see that. Now it looks like a T piece. Ah, there it is. This is the T piece. That piece there. Right, okay. So 2 grey bricks go on top. Cool. Okay. Then we take that sits on top of the grey, of the T piece, so we just snap that in, so it just makes it stand taller. And then we take the green, pull it in front of that. So we've created this piece. Now again, this looks like it now has to go this, it's got to go this way, and it goes again along here. So again, I'm not sure where that's going. Is that going that way? I'm baffled, because if it's going, yes, it looks like it slots in between it slots in between here, right? This gap here just slots in, and it ain't sticking down or anything. But look, if you move it up, it then brings it flush to these pieces here. And again, it doesn't help the book, but that looks like no. See, hold up. So basically, does that go on top? Yes, so it sits on the top of the black one. Sorry, my mistake. So basically, it doesn't sit in that gap. It actually sits on top of that black brick, and that one single on that corner slots onto here. So this just, that's it. Right, and so it brings it flush to the brick, the red brick and the green brick. If you look on there, because of the angling, it's not very great. But if you look at the book says it looks like it goes under one down below it, and it doesn't. It actually says it sits flush, because I just looked at that red brick sitting on the black. I wasn't sitting on the black. And then we need the Game Boy, which we should have a Game Boy, one of there. We have got a Game Boy, Nintendo Game Boy, and that looks like that goes right across. That sits right smack in the centre of that, because this is the front. We're doing the front there. So, and now that's not going anywhere. It's really rigid. So cool. Okay, that's fair enough. Right. So it is sort of making sense there. So we've got to do the joystick now. It looks like we're doing the joystick. So we've got to take the little. This is going to be for this side here, where all these, because there's a sponge, little bit of a rubber resistance on that. So we need one gold one, 4 little black ones, right? Okay. No, they're the same size, but it's just in black. Okay. Yeah, we've got the cross, and we need the round cap circle. Yes. So that's what we need. And again, we look like we've got to flip this over, the black cross, put the beige, the caramel one, right in the centre. So basically, puts it in the centre, and then put the black ones around it. I assume this is what's making your building up. You're not going to be able to see this on the camera because the black is it's really dark. This Lego is like, you'd never. I've got dark brown carpet. If one of these pieces went on there, I've got no chance of finding it. So you can basically see that they are, you've raised it up basically. So it goes in the centre, it goes around, and then the centre one on this, you've got obviously bricks on it. Flip it over, goes right in the centre. Right, you can line it up with these bits that the corners should be going straight, and that looks like that now goes. Again, it's not going to. These won't sit on there because, like you said, I've got that the correct way. So, but now it just sits on top of it basically. So it's got a little bit of resistance. So there's nothing for it to clip on. So which makes sense. Because like you said, you've got that little bit of rubber inside, so it just sits on there. The time you put the front on, it will then have a little bit of movement up, down, left and right, which makes sense. So I'll leave that on there anyway. That piece is done. Let's just have a quick drop of water. Fucking throat's like dry as anything. It's a cool build, but a little bit gutted that one section of that's been missed out, which was up in that corner, because that wasn't adding up. And I hate bits not being explained properly, because when you're trying to build these things, these are not the easiest, like I said. So we need one flat, one square. Cool. Now it looks like we've got to build this section up round here where the thing's going. So again, is that going? Yep, one goes on the corner, and that's being held in now. I've noticed that. That's held that in slightly. It feels more snug. And we take the corner. Where do we put the corner? The corner goes to the corner. Cool. Yeah, look. And it's, you know, I said before, I said like now, look, and that feels better now. So again, putting these in will hold that into play, because obviously you've got, this is what I said, make sure that round disc, you've got the quarter section, and it's catching the quarter sections of that round disc, so this won't pop out. So yeah, make sure you get, again, the book don't explain that, as you usually don't, so just make sure for future reference, if you do get one, that's what you need to do, otherwise you'll run into that problem. So again, 2 of the little flat corners, where do these go? One goes go under here, so one goes one side and then one goes the other, and then that fills all that in, and now that's not going nowhere. And again, you've got a little bit of resistance up, down, left and right, so when you press it, it'll actually feel that it's actually working, that you know you've got your control. Because if you look at the Game Boy Color, it's very similar to the Game Boy at the end of the day. Again, they won't move much. I mean, this is being the original, and it don't move that much, and that feels exactly just how that feels. And that's why I like to keep one of these to show you for proof of reference, that they've really gone down to detail with Lego, and this is what I love. So that feels, that feels exactly the same, that is not going, that doesn't move much, and that don't move much. So yeah, they have gone right into detail of copying of what the original Game Boy would have been. But looking at the Game Boy Color, it's very similar to the Game Boy, very similar in size. It's just that with the Game Boy Color, obviously you've got you know, the layout's going to be slightly different, and the back's going to be slightly different to a Game Boy. So, but it's near enough going to be the correct size. You've got your start. If you have a look, you've got your select and you've got your start, and this is the reasons why get these round the right way, because again, it makes sense. They're trying to copy the level of detail. I mean, there's select and there's start, and there's select on here, and there's start on there. So yeah, they've done really well on that front. But anyway, we've done that section, so that is now all finished for this bit. But we still got the rest of the build up. So right, well, that's interesting. I need one of the flat ones, one of the greys. We put one on, again, one on one side, so it's got to go underneath. So let's create that. Now we need one with a little hook. Yeah, okay. And it goes like that. Again, for correct orientation, make sure that the one brick is flush and the other one sticks out that side. Because again, we want it, again, the way they work at angles on here is really confusing. So, square brick on top. Cool. And it's gone like that. So it's a tall brick with a bit sticking out in front. Right, now this looks a little bit involving. This looks like they're doing a button, which is probably going to be the A and the B, I assume, because it says you've got to do this 2 times. So this looks like a button layout configuration, and it would make sense, because you'll have an original button to try and you'll have an A and a B to actually try and refigure on these, and that's what these little tyres are for. I think that's what these are. They're, you know, you've got ones like this where you've got holes in, and that will sit inside and it will configure it like a button, and an A and a B to represent. So we need 2 bronze, like a beige colours. Right. We've got 1 black there. We're saying that we need 2. I've only got 1. Well, that's interesting on that front, because I've only got 1 on there, and it's saying on the book that you need 2 of them. Right, well, straight away I've run into a problem. So I mean with builds, now this is what I'm saying about earlier on, where they give you extra pieces. You might have to revert back. No, they've not given me that. That's unbelievable, because again, if I went back to the previous build, they only give me one of the grey ones for the joystick, which I've got. But if I look at the next part, these look like smaller ones, which are these, but I've only got one. Well, that's going to bugger me up, because I can't finish the build. The button will be missing. And these ain't been dropped. This is what I said, far from it. This is what I said, be careful when you're taking these bits out. I've only took these out of the bag, unless these are the white ones. It could be white. They are the white ones. It's not that. Oh, thank God for that. Misread it. Sorry, it's white. But again, they look like a... Looking at the colour scheme on there, it looks like an off blue. I'm going looking for blue ones. No, they're 2 white ones. So 2 white, 2 of the pink, 2 of the barrels, and 2 of the white of the squares. That is exactly it. At the end of the day. God, that worried me for a minute. Right, so first things first. 2 of the white ones, we need to put the beige on top. Right, cool. Then we put a pink cylinder on top of it. Cool. Then we take one of these cubes, and again, it don't tell you, it's not a bit vague. Do you have to slot that in? Right, so they have to go in at the bottom, and then the pink button goes on top of it to hold it in. Right, makes sense. So the way they've done it, and I'll show you, right, after you've done it, don't put it in at the top, it has to go in underneath, slot through, so then you've got the white at the bottom, that, and then just hold it with your finger, take the cap and plonk it just on top. So you've now got 2 buttons basically. So we have got buttons on there. They're a bit loose, but we're building that up, remember, and that's what that book says. What we need to do then is use this. We've got to put this in a segregation where we have to keep the little arm to the one corner where it says on there. Take one of these next to it so it sits flush, right, of the button. Sorry, let's refer that. Back to the button, the white of the button, and this white one, it has to sit in between 2, so it sits on top, and that would make sense, because that would be, I'm pretty sure they're trying to represent the buttons that are offset, because if you look at the buttons on there, on the Game Boy Color they're offset, but on the Game Boy I'm pretty sure that looks about right where they are, because the Game Boy was this was a modded version of the Game Boy original, because they used a monochrome sort of like screen, where the Game Boy did have their buttons offset, so you sort of like, you know, one was A and one was B, but they've kept these plain, they haven't labelled them. But that is what the book's saying on there. You're creating this offset, and that's what I've done. I've created that offset on there. It's just that it's at an angle. Page 89, section 89, we're on page 70, so we're nearly enough, not far from the end of this. So again, out of the 2, it's 104 pages in total. We're at page 70, so it's not too bad of a build, comparing to the bar top of the Pac-Man. I've done 8 parts, and that was 2,700 and something pieces, nearly 3,000 pieces. This was only what was this one? 421 pieces of the build of the Lego. So Yeah, give or take. And it is 18 plus. It's not for kids. It did say 18 plus. So like I said, they started doing these now for adults. I suppose anyone could do them. It don't matter, but it does get your brains racking. Right, so we now got to build. It looks like we've got to build this section up before we put it on there. So again, corner. Yeah, we need a grey. Yeah, we've got one of them. And a dark grey one. Yes, one dark grey. Cool. So we've got to build, flip this up on that side. That then sits, hold up, that flips down on that side. And then that sits on there. Right. So the way it sits like this, basically. So we want the L with that back clip, and then that grey piece that faces on that. Cool. That then sits like that, basically. So we want the arms segregated. So this must clip onto something for it to sit and hold it into place. And obviously we've got the back piece sticking out here that obviously sticks to the board. Cool. Now we need a flat little disc, yellow disc. One of them. We need another corner. God, oh we are. It was hiding. God, that worried me for a minute. And that always worries me when it gets to the end. This is when you start thinking, oh, am I going to get a piece missing? Like I did earlier on. I thought, oh, that's really worrying. So again, this time it looks like we've got to do the same thing, but we've got to reverse it. So we've got to keep the L brick to the opposite side now. Put that going down, the yellow disc going to the centre on that, and that piece going on top of it. So then it sort of looks like that, but in reverse. So we've done, but we didn't put a yellow disc on the other one. That now sits on back button on there. Where does this sit? This looks like this sits on the opposite side. So now you've got this configuration. So you've got two little things on there, the little bottom, and a disc at a little yellow button on the top. So when you're facing, if you know you can look at that at the end of the day, that's the way it should face. So you've got that on the right, the dark grey one on the left. If they work back to front because that's the way they work on there. And if you look at the book says exactly that. At the end of the day, make sure that that side is on the left, not on the right. At the end of it. Right, 2 grey bricks. Yep, there's 2 left. 1 brown. Yep, there is exactly 1 brown. Again, back on this, keeping it this orientation with the yellow where it's on the left hand side. Put the grey above it, the brown brick on top of the grey, so it sits flush. This one will go one side and one sits at the L, so it's created an L. So one sits that way and then one overlaps on that side on there, and you can clearly see. But that little brick, so it all sits nice and flush. Cool. Okay. Right, one of the greens and one of the threes. Ah. Is that a 3? Yeah. I'm running into a problem here. And you know what I used earlier on, and I said to you, didn't I? I used a 3 up because it wasn't matching up right. I've used it up and now I need it. This, what worries me when you're putting these on at the end of the day. Because now I need that brick and I haven't got it. And that was part of that build when I was doing up in that corner earlier on. And it says that I need that brick. I need that 1 3. And I did use a 3 up at the end of the day. And there's no 3s in here. None. Let me go back to the previous one. Oh, bugger. See what I mean with these bricks? I've only got 4, and it says you need 1 3, and I did use a 3 up, and that 3 is important because it looks like it goes over these bricks here. This is where it sits at the end of the day, unless I improvise. I've got let me go and grab, give me 1 minute. I got my other box that I've done the bar top, and there was spare parts over. So let me go and grab that. It's just as well I did, because that means I'd have had to undo half of that just to take that back out to put that across, because that's going to affect. So I've got the other one. Put the light on because it's getting dark. It's only 4:45. See what it is. When I've done the bar top one, they did give you some spare parts, and I always put them back in because I think, well, that come in handy. There's some spare bits in here, see? They always give you some spare bits. Do you know what? That would have really put me in the brown corner, because now I would have been really short, and that would stop me from finishing the build. But you're trying to rectify, you think, you know, these people who are supposed to... Now I've got to look in here and see if I've got anything to represent that I can fill them in. Because it's going to be covered up anyway. Yeah, I have. I can just about do it. There, I've got I've got 1 dark blue. You're not going to see it. It's going to be covered in. I don't want to take that off. I just don't. So I'll improvise and just... It's just going to be for the sake of 1 brick. Yeah, look. Is that one even better? That one's in black. 3 brick. Yeah, there you go. So it's just as well that I kept all them previous bricks. I collect all them previous bricks, all from the arcade build, because now I've got it in black where it's supposed to have been in grey, but it doesn't matter, and that will go right above it onto that front. So that saved me the headache involved, because now I can put the green on and that's it. So if you've got previous Lego builds, it might pay you to get some extra bits, because again of the build, and that would have finished my that would have stopped my building this. That is why there was 14 parts of the Pac-Man, and they do give you some like residual bits left over, which comes in handy, because like I said, but the only downside is that's in black. Well, that might show, because the grey might be on display. So what I should have done was put that black one behind that, which I still might do, swap that over, because I know what's going to happen. This is going to go here, right, where this is going to go, and it's going to go like a build, like here, and that exactly where that's going to go, that's going to show on display, and that's going to look odd, which it'll bug the living hell out of me. So what I'm going to do is just quickly just take these off and swap that grey brick over that I needed to do. I know I've got to undo a majority of that, but it'll be worth it, because then I'll put the black on and it won't show. So if I do undo that very carefully, snug that out, I might be able to, like that. That grey brick, where's that grey brick? Because this is all part of the front, so I don't want to take too much off, because I've got to put it all back on. So we did have a grey brick that's covered up. It's here. The grey brick is here. So it's grey, and I'm pretty sure it's behind here. Unbelievable. Right, okay, no worries. I'll take that one off. If I can try and squeeze that one out. Oh. That goes on there. Cool. Yeah, take that off, take that one off. And I need to pinch, take that black one off there and just swap it over. Yeah, it's going to be at the side. Well, then I'd rather have it on the side than on the front. And I haven't got any grey bricks there, because I thought, oh, if I could put some grey ones, if I had some grey ones, it wouldn't matter. No, I've got no grey, none. So it's just lucky I had a black brick. So what I need to do is swap that one over for a black brick. Now build this back up, which I need to do on that front. And that throw goes on there. Cool. That goes on that front. And what we do, the Game Boy on that front. So what it is, you're going to, I'll notice that it'll be on the side at the end of the day. I mean, obviously, the grey brick would have been ideal if it was in the centre, because it would have been covered up. But there ain't nothing on that sort of aspect where, if I have a look, I don't think there is. No. Let me take that one off. If there was a grey brick underneath that, I could have just swapped it over. No, there ain't. No. So there's no grey brick covering it up, so I can't cover it up at the end of it. So because these are all grey bricks, so it'll be on the side and not on the front, because the front will really notice it. It'll be really like, bloody hell, how have you done that? There ain't another one there, but I can pinch it off. No, okay, fair enough. Cool. I've got to move that one out, and that goes up there, and then I can move that. That's the only thing when you, because you're altering these don't like being mucked about. Right. Bonson, you are nothing but trouble, boy. So we look like we've put things back to the way they were, but I've just had to re-swap it all over. The only thing is, well, I took that off. Hello, bud. How you doing? 8-bit repairs. Rusty Russ. How you doing, Rusty Russ? Yeah, trying to do this Lego. Obviously, I'm doing a Game Boy. The original Game Boy in what's the name on it. I run into one problem, that they done me out of one brick, which, lucky enough, the bar top one, which was this one here, the one that I finished, was a lot bigger. Lucky enough, they did give me some spare bricks, and I did manage to just pinch one of their spare bricks out of there. But the only downside, it was black. It was supposed to be grey, and because this is going on the front, that would have been really noticeable, and it would have bugged the hell out of me. So it'd be on the side, which won't be noticeable so much. But this, typical with like all of these Lego, you know, they don't make it exactly easy to try and put these back, you know, especially when you're doing these bits and pieces. They just don't make it easy like they used to on that front. But now I've got to put all this back and go on that front. But yeah, it's bloody frustrating because, you know, I want to finish the build and it looks cool, but yeah. So looking at the way this is, I've got to now put this back on. Right, it's interesting. I took this off, didn't I? Now I can't bloody put it back on. Right, well that goes on the corner. So I know that goes on the corner. Cool. So let's just start and select on there. Hold up. Yeah, that must plug into that section because it goes correctly into the bottom. I've got that. Let me sort this out for a minute. Let me put that back to there. That can go back to there for a minute. Let's put the grey on the front. So now we can finish this section off because then I can select it all after. Now we've done all that. Now it's saying you need the elastic band that it comes with at the end of the day. So it gives you a tiny elastic band which has got to go on this complicated system here. So this is where, be careful as you ping this because it'll ping across the room and lose it. It'll make fun content. So it goes over. Does it go over? It's got to go over. Right, interesting. Don't go in between. So it sits over. So it sits like that, basically. Okay. Oh, I know why. Because then, thinking about it, look, when you press it, the buttons come back on themselves. So it feels like the buttons have got some resistance on it. Cool. Right. Now we've got to put the top parts on, which again, we need a long one of them. No, we've got along one of them. So we need a corner to put on there. Grey corner. Okay, one grey corner. Now we need some flat ones. Flat, that one. And a flat L, which we have got. So it creates it like that. Cool. We need a 4 brick, yeah. And where does that 4 brick go? Right at the bottom. Right, cool. So the 4 brick goes right at the bottom and you've got this section. Right. Now this is where it says it clips into place. So it looks like we have to, it looks like it goes this side. So you have to tilt it 90 degrees. And it's got to go in, yeah, it looks like it slots in here. So before we do that, we need to put this back at the end of the day. So that looks like that's not going in that section. Right, take that back out. Right, obviously something's not right there. I've got to try and squeeze this back in there without for it not being affected. That goes in the centre. That's better. That's it. And then that sits under. That sits underneath that, and then this. Is that how it sits? I assume so. Right. Now it goes underneath there. So cool. Okay, now I've got it. Right. Got that in the correct way. Yep, and it does. Sits in there perfect. So we've put that back now on that front. So, and we shouldn't be able to see that because looking at it now, we should be able to cover that in. So when this gets covered up, that will now cover that there, and it looks like, hold up, so where does that black piece go? So it looks like it should sit flush. So again, that top piece is not right. That shouldn't sit there. Or that red piece. So let me take that red piece out. God, Jesus, you can't even dig them out. Right. It's saying on there that should sit flush. I'm going to go back to the previous page. Just let me quickly go back a couple of pages there because something's not right sitting where that red brick sits, and that's where the issue I've got, and it's right here. So brick, no, next one. Yeah, this is the page where I'm at. So let me put that there for a minute and go back to this previous one. So the back goes over. That then goes under like that. And that's got to sit hold up. Got it the wrong way, so I need to reverse that and go the other opposite direction. For crying out loud, this is what I'm saying. When you take one piece out because you're one piece short, it throws you right off. But I didn't really want to put it on show, so which would have been a right bummer, to be totally honest. I've got to literally put that tag on there. God, Jesus, these have been put on. These won't come off. I'll tell you, they're buggers. They are right buggers to put on. Right, yeah, and then that goes at that side. That sits more like it. Right, now that should sit like that, which it does. So we've got a gap. Should have a 2-gap system. Yeah, okay. Sits on there. That sits on there. Cool. Yeah. So far, cool. Now we're back onto right on track again. So yeah, it was just that little section there. So now that should now sit and snug in. It's saying it should fit snugly. So, which it don't, because it's not, something's forbidding it for it to go slot into place. And it's not slotting in, which I don't want to force it, because I know what will happen when you force something, you break something. So again, that section what I've just been mucking about with, which is round here, something's preventing that from being slotted in, because it's supposed to slot in. That 2-brick system is supposed to slot into here, and it's not having it. Would it be because of, let me move that up a little and see if that slots into place now. No, it's not, it don't seem to be going down. Let's take that one out. Got it. It pinged off, but let's try that. See if that's, yeah, it was that. It was that little cap that was stopping that from going on. Unbelievable. Right, okay. Leave that one off. It was stopping it. Now it slots into place. So where they tell you to put it onto that bottom part on that corner, right at that bottom part, it was actually stopping it. It was one of them little gold caps that was stopping it, because that 2-part brick was supposed to slot it underneath, and it wasn't. So, but now it's, look, watch, snaps into place, lovely, and it's all gone flush. Oh, thank God for that. Right, headache over. We're back on track. It's the only thing with Lego, you know, it's really confusing. Right, and it tells you there, it should click into place. Should click in, so it should be sitting nice and flush, which it does. It creates the Game Boy theme, and now I've got all grey showing on the front, and it won't be black, which I couldn't have that. It just, so that brick that I changed was absolutely perfect, because it obviously it went inside there, but on the bottom it will be black, but you'll have that tiny little bit because this will be covered up. I'm not bothered. For that tiny little bit there, I'm lucky enough I had some bits out of that bag anyway at the end of it. And like you said, that was all for the sake of part of that part underneath here where you've got to build it up. But if you will, that's going to stop you from building it, because you need that grey piece, obviously, because it's now going to be on show. So, okay, cool. Now we're building a corner, which I assume is going to be for here, and that's exactly what we're doing. So that's one piece, the round piece, cool. The round piece goes on the round piece. So we build the corner up, cool on that front. One of them little gold caps, and the yellow piece, yeah. What's that go on there? Right, let's get this the right orientation. That side, and that's got to go under. It says it's got to go under. So what you want to do is create this, so the gold cap goes and it sticks out from this yellow piece. Cool. Okay, and now you need another one of the yellows. Yeah, put that on, stand it next to it, so it's segregated, so it's like that. Then we take the remaining black piece and another gold piece, put one gold on the top of the other one, and that goes then in the centre. So you've created this, so you've got the beige and the beige on top, and the black disc in the centre. Then we take this bit, this is supposed to represent the griddle for the speaker. For a minute it looked like it was hollow. I had to look for a minute, it weren't. It's the way they put the sticker on. So we need to flip this piece onto that sort of section, the way they've done it, and then that piece sits on the corner of that corner. That sort of makes sense. So you've created a corner. If we are clipping, and it does, it clips in that corner. So just make sure that you look at all the angles and that all clips into play. Then we take two of the remaining square bricks. That's a laugh, I ain't got those. It says two, I've only got one. Yeah, no surprise. No, I've only got one brick. They said you need two, because you've got to build one of the corners up. So again, I'm going to have to pinch one of their bricks out of here. Unless, hold up. No, lucky enough that we have got some out of the other bag. So this is out of bag 2. So, God, that's lucky. So, bag 2, and we're on bag 3. So you've got to put 2 together and build a corner up and put it which side? This side next to the bronze piece, so we can build that up. So it looks like you've got to build that up. So again, I was a piece short, but I took some out bag 2. That, you know, because there's 5 bags to this. And again, that looks like now we can put this on that corner to build the corner up. So, where's that going? And when we do that, we have now built the corner up. And you know what I was saying earlier on, that little black brick, that was typical of the black brick days. I mean, like I said, I'm glad that weren't at the front, because that would have been really noticeable. But being at the bottom, you're not going to see that one tiny brick. But we tried to take out the other bag. But now we've got the correct orientation of where all the buttons, and they're all on display, and there's no odd colours at the side. Right, fair enough. Okay, so now we've got all that, and looking at that, which is what that corner's saying on there. So you basically, it should all be sandwiched together, basically. And that's where it's all built up, and that is correct, telling you where to put it. So it goes right in that corner. So again, we need 2 of them grey bricks. Yep, we got 2 of them. Yep, we have. And now we need to do the other corner, which is round here. So hello, Gail.
Hello, mate. How you doing? All right?
Yeah, how you doing? All right. I'm just in a stream at a minute. What's up?
No, I'm not. My fucking van broke down the M25.
No. Bloody
Well, the van, you see, John. Got the van back, John. I thought, I just said to the mechanic, it ain't running right. It's like very like lumpy, like jolty. Anyway, I went out Enfield, come home, and as I'm coming home, I thought, what's going on? There's no power. I couldn't get any power in it. Anyway, I got on the M25. I thought, oh, and then I was the hazard lights on.
Right.
And then thick smoke coming out the back of the exhaust. It nearly stopped because when you're going up a hill. And then I pulled over, and it suddenly cleared. There's massive smoke come out the back of the exhaust, and it really flew normal. Then the police come up. Oh, I didn't want to stop. The police come up and flashed me. Police just keep reporting your van's on fire.
Oh.
I said, no. I said, I told him. He said, well, when you get home? I said, well, I'm Harold Hill, next junction. You know, I've got it home. But fucking thick smoke coming out the back of the exhaust, John.
Bloody hell. Bloody hell. That's not great. So, what, has it got to go? Yeah.
Blocked it. And since he's done that, it's done it. It's running, but it was like really jolty and moving, you know, when you're pulling away.
Right.
Mechanic, I don't know what the fuck it is.
So what?
But, every time you see a hill, you thought, oh no, don't want a hill, you know.
Yeah. I mean, you know, yeah, you can't have something like that. It's got to be, you know, bloody.
The reason I phoned you for, I want some films done. But
right.
Do you want a thing at the moment?
I am at a minute, bud. But yeah, just text them over. Probably I've got another 2 bags to do, so probably it's going to be about another hour.
I'll ring you back in after an hour, alright?
Alright, mate. Cheers, Gal. Speak to you later, bud. Ciao, mate. Bloody hell. Well, that ain't great news. I picked him up yesterday. He's one of my pest control friends that I worked along. I used to do back in the days when I used to do pest control. And yeah, I dropped him off yesterday because I was doing. What was I doing? I was radio, stripping the radio. I was cleaning this. This was the radio I was doing. The radio stripped down and a complete clean. This was one of the radios, and it was absolutely caped, and it was dirty as hell. And what I wanted to do, this had some problems. It did work, but it wasn't great. The switches were all caped up. It was crackling. Anyway, I done a total strip down live when I was doing it. I completely gutted it and put it in the ultrasonic cleaner, the casing, and it's come up like new. I've restored this right back to the original self on this radio, and she's the switch, all of the thing was all rusty. I took all that rust off. It's not the greatest, but it did take a majority of all that rust off, and I've got it clean as I can. And this is squeaky clean, and it's a lovely little radio. It plays perfect now, and I totally restored all this back to 100% of the way it originally was. Took all the time and cleaned all of the aerial. It was all gaped up. The switches were crackling. The volume was crackling. The thing wasn't ejecting properly. It wasn't rewinding. The play didn't work properly. It was sticking. So totally stripped down. And I was halfway through. I've virtually got about 90% there. And he rang me up because his van. He had to go and pick his van up. And so yeah, he needed another driver. So I had to go down, give him a hand. So I had to stop that to finish the stream. But it looks like he's picked the van up, but now the van's got problems again, which is not great. To be totally honest, it's really not a good sign. He spent a lot of money, over £500, getting the van done, and it's still running like crap apparently. So it looks like the van's got to go back on that front. Which is, so he's got to take it back to the garage. Now, obviously, being a weekend, they're going to be closed, so there's not a lot they can do on that front. But yes, anyway, the main thing is the part that I put on the side. I put all the things on, getting back on track. So yeah, basically, put all that on, which is we're up to here at the end of the day. So we're up to this bit. I put the green bit on and that piece because now we've hardly got any bits left. So we look like we're nearly out of this bag already at the end of the day. So he says, now you need to put the 2 rubber tyres on. That's what the gaps are for. Right, makes sense. So basically, what's the idea of that then? I mean, I don't like the idea of you just put them in now. It don't look right. I mean, that's supposed to represent, it looks like bloody tyres are sticking out of it. That's supposed to represent your start and your select. But I don't like the idea of that because they look like they're sticking halfway out. I thought they could have come off with a better idea. Because look, they're not going to come out, but that looks a bit tacky to me. Shame, because the rest of the bloody build was just coming along lovely and on that front. But now, yeah, really gutted. Anyway, I've still got a 4 brick. Yeah, we're on bag 4. Wow. So I've got these bits remaining over. Okay. So on bag 3. So we've got some bits left over. This is what I'm saying. When you're building Lego, they always give you they never give you the big bits, but what they do give you, they give you some of the small bits that's left over on that front. But pretty gutted. Anyway, don't matter. So we still got the bits on the Game Boy. This was from the original bag, but we still got to do another one because I've got the Zelda to do, which is the Zelda cartridge. But obviously they're building this up. So there's nothing in bag 3. We have got some bits in the other bag, of bag 3, and we did have some bits in bag 2. So, okay, fair enough. So there must have been a reasons why they've done that. So let me put that bag 3 into that. So these can all go back in the box after it's all done at the end of the day. But yeah, so far, looking at the back, looks really cool because it looks like you can lift that up. This is, I suppose, where they put the batteries in. Yeah, look, that one of them wheels has just fell out. That is not the greatest, to be totally honest, on that front. Do you know what I might do, right? Because I might cut one of these down, right, on the cut one of these down with a scalp knife and just put a little bit of double-sided tape or something like that, so these just sit a little bit lower. They're just protruding out. I mean, look, that one's just popped out. See, just popped out in that front. And it's again, that one stays in, but this one pops out. Wait, no, it's staying in, but it's nearly coming out. But they're sticking out too far. You can actually see it. Look how much they're sticking out. So it spoils it because it makes it look a bit tacky. So I know it's trying to represent. But then why didn't they go through? They went through the process of all this. Why couldn't they just do a little lapse button? I don't get it. I don't know. I'm more confused. Right. Anyway, we're on bag 4 out of 5. So where's the dog gone? Bloody dog's gone. Dog's gone on walkabout. They're nice quality premium ship bags that they put these in. They're really good quality. They're not like cheap. Oh, we've got glass. We've got perspex. Nice. And we got a frame. I'm assuming that's going to be for the screen. What it's going to build up for the screen. So I can put these back now. I don't need these into. I can put them back into the arcade box because I'm not going to need it. Lucky enough, I had that one piece on that which really helps. I don't get me wrong. I love Lego. I really do love the Lego, and this fits all in with my retro stuff, which is fantastic. So I'm going to. I don't normally do this. I don't normally tip them out because there's too many bits, and you'll have too many on the table. There's the reasons why I don't do it, but it does make it easy. But there weren't a lot in that bag, so which is cool. So what we're going to need to do. Oh, it looks like we need the Nintendo logo, which we've got the flashy. This is the first part. So we've got the dog's ears. How's a dog's ear got on the dog's ears? Always tend to get they stick everywhere, don't they? So, and in the book, right? So we put that to one side for a minute. Don't need it. So we've got. Hold up. So we need the black pieces. Have we got any black pieces in here? No. Now, well, that's interesting. Oh, it's dark grey. Well, that looks like black to me. No, that's not right. No, I don't think that's the right part. Because that looks more like a corner. Straight away, I've run into a problem. No, here it is. It's hiding. It was right up here. This is what I'm saying. Look how dark these are. And these pieces. They're nano. They're like really small. Right, a 3. We need a grey with a... Ah, it's one of them. Right, okay. Yep. Oh, that looks a bit of a situation one. Where do I get one of them from? Is that a flat piece? I don't know. We've got a battery little symbol. This is why I like to lay everything out, because you're going to need... we need a 4 brick. A little 4 one. That's a 4. Yeah, okay. We've got one for sand. We've got one for the external... it's got external something. Hold up. We need one of them. Yeah, plain. Cool. And I'm trying to have a look for the other little part. It looks like a little single 2. Ah, there it is. It's got bloody it's got 2 little tiny symbols, indentations stuck to it, and that's what I was looking for. It's beveled, slightly beveled on all sides. That's what I couldn't find. Right, okay, fair enough. Cool. Let's put the rubbish to one side. So again, starting on there, putting that on. Oh, with brick first. then that going to that side. No, it's got to go to the top. So it overhangs, yep it does. Then the green overhangs, then the black goes underneath with the smooth side, cool. Then the black goes on top, cool. And then the two goes over that with the beveled. So what you want to create is this. So you've got like a hinge system, and then that beveled bit goes underneath, cool. Now again, looks like now we're concentrating now. Now that goes in, where does that go? That goes in, that's interesting. So the beveled black bit side goes in the centre of that red and it clips in. So basically, you can sort of move it up and down, right? It's going to be some form of support for the back. Right, that's done. It went on to the red one, and there's only one red one in there. It's cool. Okay. One of the four on that, cool. And two on the corners. Alright, where's the corner ones? Ah, it's one grey corner. We got another grey corner, cool. We take that and follow that, one end, one at the other, and we create like a T-piece, right? That looks like that's what we have to create. So just make sure that you get that correct. So the corners have to go sort of, it creates like a small T, basically, but on the flat piece. But it's at one end. At this end, it's saying brown, cool. That goes underneath, so you should have two holes underneath, which we do. We put that one on these. So what do we do next? Ah, no, not just yet. We need two of the gold connectors, and they go on the corners. Cool. And then one goes on that corner. Cool. So we put, what we've done, we put one corner there, one of the gold ones, and one of the square connectors that goes over, so it created this. Cool. Now we need one grey, dark grey, which goes under, snaps into place. So we've got that sort of connection. Now we need, it's a Bronson, what are you doing? Right, we want one light grey. We got one that says one long. I did see one of these. Ah, there you go. Dot matrix with stereo, and we got a small dark grey one that says sound. That's it. That's the ones we got. So it looks like we're concentrating now. So we want to keep it this orientation where we've got it. So the sound's got to go this side where it covers one of the squares, which it does. Cool. And the other one, it says dot matrix with stereo and overhangs. So it looks like it's continuous. And when you look, so it overhangs like that. That looks like that. And then one of these, basically, we've got to put one there and one long plain grey one that says the word Nintendo, or is it on and off? On and off. Cool. So we've got one that says on and off, and the other one says dot matrix with stereo sound, basically, and that looks like that. So it's finishing. Yeah, off, on. Cool. Now we need to put that on one side for a minute. We need one of these funny bricks with the hole in. Yep, one of these with the hole in. Right, that goes at the end with the brown brick facing. Bloody Bronson, your ears are getting everywhere. You're a nightmare. So what we want to do, we want to be facing these like holes, so they're going inwards to the end. Okay. Right, well, now we need the black, we need another one. We need another one with a hole in. Hold up, where's that? Has that got a hole in? No, little square one with hole in it. Ah, there you go. Square one with hole in. And we need 2 of these grey. I did see another one. Where did I just see another one of them? Is it 1? Oh, 1. You don't need 2, so it's just 1. So 1 goes, hold up a minute, because I've got to get this orientation right. So it's got to go into where, if I'm reading this correctly, it looks like it's got to go into where it says the on and off side. Plonk that into the far side. Take your dark grey brick. And where's it got to be faced? In? Yes. So let's put that in for, plonk that in one side, and basically, and then just fit that. Yes. That's what he's saying on there. And he said you've got to push that all the way through. Right, well, hold up then. I've got that back to front. So basically, put the short side onto there, because one's got a short stem on that front, and the one's got a long stem. So what you need the long stem, and need to push this all the way down, right, which we do, and that's got to be facing up on the on-off button side. So we've got this side free, which will be the dot matrix stereo sound. That's what he's saying, so make sure it's the opposite end. So now we need 2 of these. Are these? So these are both equal length. These go into the end of the brown. So 2 equal sides, they go straight into the brown section. Cool, we take another brown, another square, another 4, and another one of these little cut out sections on that front. And they've got to be flipped, so we keep it this side, but we've got to go, right, hold up. So before we do that then, we take this square, we put that one over this square, the brown goes over that one, and one goes behind it. So basically what you want to do is create this scenario, this screen here. So basically that's what you need to create. So whatever orientation you want. So then it just, you know, sits in between the brick. So one's hanging over, and then that way it can make a grip. Now we take that and put that, we keep it at this side where the brown is. This is the side you need it. Flip it over, and it's got to sit, the 2 has got to be facing in between of the brown. So they're facing, one faces up, one faces down. So now we've inverted the bricks where they're sitting flush, but they've also got the bricks facing up, if that sort of makes sense. So that's what he's saying on there. You inverted it. So basically you keep one side over, right, at the end of the day. So again, we've got that in the correct side, right, which that's what he's saying on there. He's not stating anything else. That's correct. We've got that part correctly. Cool. So what we need to do now is take a flat brick. Yep. 1, 3. Yep, there's a remaining flat one, and we do need one of these, again, raised bricks. Again, we're working on this, keeping it this orientation where we need to be. So what we need to do is, let me double check where we're going to put this. So one of these bricks is going to be facing pushed in. Yes, so it's facing up. So you want to push one brick in, so it's facing 1/4 section of that brick. So it's just, that's the way it's saying on there, on the book, right? So that side is facing outwards. And then we take that remaining one brick, put that over, so it's covering, yes, so it covers the two and the existing. No, that's wrong. No, because it's saying on there you need one brick free. So, oh, that looks like it's saying it's kept flush for some reason, but again, it's not being very helpful. It's just not. So I think you've got to put that behind. Yes, you have. Then put that. Right, that's interesting. So what you need to do, I've done that wrong. Again, on the book, you've got to look very closely. You've got to put the black brick behind it. That then slots, and then it makes it flush. Right, basically. Then we take this brick, and we've got to put it over where you've got one brick free. But basically, and that's exactly what you need. So it bites over the other brick on that one, so it then binds this. I know it wiggles a little bit, but that's the way it says on there, on that front. So we've got that bit right. Now we need to put two of the remaining gold connections on either side of that. I'll show you where I put them. These only can go on one side, so they basically sit just like this. This is all going to be part of the switch system. Cool. Right, now we need drop down, which I don't know where that is. I haven't got a clue where that bit's gone. Hold up. So, oh, look, they're over here. So you've got one there. We've got one dark, one light. Brilliant. And again, we'll keep at the brown section on this side where we need to be. We've got to put the dark on one side and the light on the other. I'm hoping I've got that right, because that's what it's saying on there. So if you look, and I think that's correct, because again, the book, you're trying to copy the colour coordination on the book. So we've got dark grey at the bottom, light at the top, dark grey in the centre, light at the top, and then dark, light, and then it'll be the same. One side will be grey, all grey, and that's correct. Because again, it's the way they've done the angle, and this is the reasons why I said keep on the brown side. They're working on the brown side on that front. Right. We take the remedial last on that. We've got one more of them. We should have a dark grey. We have got one dark grey. Now we look like we're doing this side, but again, on the brown side, keep it on the brown side. We don't need to work on this because there's nothing to work on. So, and again, it's the way they've got it. It's the right way round, just flipped. So again, dark grey, looking at that. Hold up, because the way they've done this. So, one goes over. Yes. Hold up, I've got that the wrong way round. So one goes over, and then the other one goes like that. So basically, you want to create this fill where it's sticking out, basically, and I assume that one sticks over there. So it flushes all at the top, which it does. And that's what it says on there to do. Cool. So we want one light grey. Now we need the flat pieces now. One flat. Yep, one flat. And one with got two little residuals on, which is that one. Cool. Keep it at the brown side on that again. Which side are we working? So we want to work from here going down on the brown. So again, take your grey, put it on top. It looks like. Then one in the centre. One in that section. Hold up, you needed two of them. It says you needed another one. Oh yeah, of course there's another one. And then flip that over, and then the small one goes on the corner of it. Cool. Ah, that's all right. Yeah, so it's created this basically. So, you know, it's got this sort of section. Right, now, it looks like that goes at the front. So the dot matrix, so we're coming up to the screens section. So again, I'm hoping that's correct. It does look like it. And this now fits. Does that fit like that? Hold up. So, yes, it has to sit in between. Right, that's interesting. Right, so you see the little notches here, right? There's a little cutout. It slots right in the centre where these two bits click in. So you should have corner to corner, and it does. Yeah, and it works perfect on that front. I know the bit moves about in the centre because it's on the swivel section, but now that's locked into play, and we've got all the front done. Right, cool. So that was correct the way we've done it. Now we're doing the front screen by the looks of things. So, you know, this is where we're up to now, page 88. So again, it's gone. It's not too bad of a build. So it looks like, again, is there, yes, we've got, now the frame's got an indentation in, and it looks like that's where the glass sits. And there's little notches on the bottom. You can actually see right at the bottom of there, the top and the bottom, you've got two little notches, and you've got like little nodges on the actual glass. But if you look at the glass, it's got writing at the bottom. So I assume that sits bottom to bottom. If they, yeah, that's it. That's clipped in. Cool. Okay. That's clipped in, so that's not coming out at the end of the day. So yeah, cool. There's probably probably clear perspex on that, but I'll leave it on. I ain't bothered. Leave it on. It ain't hurting. You don't see it anyway, so it's really good on that front. It's telling you again, put it round the right orientation on that section. So again, I was right what I said. It clips into. But again, the book doesn't show you there's ridges in. Where it's ridges inside, it's just telling you where to pull it into them notches on that front. But again, it's not very great in description wise. But so anyway, that's done. But we need this piece because we need to take a small grey piece, a grey brick, grey 3, and we put one at one end. Right, okay. And the grey brick goes at one end of that. So we've got one raised up on that front, and then we've got one up here. So, cool. So we've got one dark grey brick, yes, for single 2. We should have a 4. We have got 4, and we've got one of these. So again, right orientation, the small brick goes on that, and that one goes on top. Crate. So it creates like a small brick, like a pillar. That then, keeping it, which, see again, it's not telling you the orientation, it should fit. Actually, I've done the orientation wrong, because it's saying on there, the orientation on there, because you've got a deep side. See, again, a deep side, and then you've got a thin side. And it's saying you need that on the opposite side, which I did. I've done it the complete opposite side on it. So again, my apologies. Again, the book is deceiving. So we have to start from this side. There that goes. Now it's correct on. Now, again, that's got to be facing behind that deep curve. So we want to be facing, so we want to make a window like that. So the glass is flush, and the deep side looks like it's pointing in towards it. But again, the book don't tell you. Now we need corners. Have we got one corner? Yeah. One corner should clip on. Yeah, and it does. So the corner clips on that. There's only one corner, it looks like, on that. So we're up to that bit and we finished this section. But again, make sure that inner lip, because you've got a big lip and a small lip. So this has all got to be pointing towards the small lip. The big lip, the brick's got to be pointing inside towards it. Right, it's now making quite sense now, because now it's, you know, it's quite self-explanatory. Small piece, the long piece goes on that. Small piece goes at the bottom. Yeah, and what that does, that creates that. So there's long piece and then a small piece on that. That all fits on one side. Cool. Now we need another one of them. A flat little, what's that, a grey brick? We got dark grey? Yeah, we've got a dark grey. And we've got a tall brick with two coming out, we have. And we did see a little battery symbol light, which I did see. And it's here. Got it. Cool. So we take the long one. Hold up, it says you need two of them. Oh, we have got two. So the two ones sits on top of each other. Now, when you're putting these in, obviously you can twist these, but I like to keep them dead straight. So you might just need to nip them. The small one goes at the top. Cool. And the battery goes... Hold up. No, I've got that wrong. One goes left, one goes right. I'm glad I checked. So yeah, right, let me show you. Right, so the way you want to put these long bricks together, you want one facing one side and one facing the other. Right, into it. So make sure these are straight, because again it bugs. I like things to be perfect. And again, put the little one at the top, so it sits in between. Then take the battery symbol, and you've got to flip this until it's facing the side. Is that right? That looks like it, facing the side, and the cap goes on top of it. So then you don't get to see nothing on the sides. So this will be biting towards the brickwork at the end of the day. And that's what it's saying on there. So it basically tells you, make sure that the bottom one is for the, and then you put the battery symbol, and then that, and that's exactly how I've done it. Bottom, actually, come to think about it, I think I've done that the wrong way round. I need to flip that round. Yes. Well, that's a simple mistake to do. So I've done that wrong on that. So yeah, basically, just copy the book. It's because the book can really throw you off. So I like to try and copy the book, like word for word, how this goes. So the two bricks are pointing towards the right, the top brick's facing towards the left, and the battery is at the top with a flat piece with that other little bit underneath it, which is perfect. And it looks like it goes underneath. So it goes underneath the window, which makes sense, because that's how it sort of... Now, which way does that go round? Oh, I see. So that's how the window is, right? Hold up. Am I right or am I wrong? Might be wrong. Hold up. Don't hold me to this. Yes, I was right. So yeah, it did. Okay. Oh, it's bloody come off again. Sorry, guys. Because it's thin. Right. Because they're doing it upright, they're doing it this way, the battery should lay on its side. So we need to take another two dark greys and fill that little gap in. And just put one on top of each other and fill it in. So that's what it's saying. But you might have to twist these, because again, they're not straight. Yeah, that is now. And now we can clip that in. but that ain't like dead straight. You've got like a little bit of a lip at the end of the day, but I suppose you can straighten these out after. But it does annoy me the way they do it. Anyway, that's the way that's got to go. So you've got like a little bit of a lip when you've got on the thing. There must be a reasons why they've done that at the end of the day. But anyway, it's in, and it's the correct orientation the way it is. Now it says you need to clip this in. Which way? Oh, it goes that way. Right, I see. Oh, right. So it sits. It just sits in there at the minute because there's nothing for it to bite, right? So you basically just need to sit that in, and it does. It does sit flush, believe it or not. You know, it's not sitting cockeyed or anything like that, or there's right. I see that clips in. I didn't see that. There was a little clip in that section, and it actually did clip into that, so it does sit into that bit there. So now look, that ain't coming off. So look. So except for the bloody wheels come out again at the end of the day, which I'm going to take them out for the time being because they're just going to drive me up the wall. I want to sort them out because they're protruding too much out of the Game Boy, which spoils it. So we're at page 92. Again, it's quite surprising that it's nearly done, and we've got one more bag left after that. So right, that's interesting. We need half of a wheel. Oh, one of these cog ones, right? Okay, one of these, yep, long ones there. We need a square one. That's one of them, and a corner. Corner, yep, lovely. So we need to put the wheel onto that. Oh God. So we put the wheel on one of these, so the flat one, so it sits. Okay. Oh, it's for the volume. Oh right. Oh, how cool is that? Right. Now where does that sit? Right. It says it just sits in between. Hold up, that's not going in. Oh, that might have to sit in between. Is that right? Can I call you mister? No, that's not fitting in. That is not sitting. Ah, you know why? Because it's got to sit on top. Sorry, my mistake. I didn't see that. So basically saying work from. Now, which way have I got this? I've got this up. I've got this the other way round. We've got to do it this side. It would help if I did it round the correct orientation. So the buttons have got to be facing away, and I've got to put that on the corner. Then that round the corner. Then that sits on top of it. That's better. Then that sits on the bottom part. Cool. Now that button fits in, and look, it spins, so it looks like you've got volume. Yeah, that's actually quite cool. So that's all we built up. So you basically built all of this side up on that section there. So it has to slot in, so it sits on top of the bar, not inside the bar. I thought that ain't fitting in. Cool. Right, now we need, again, small piece of this little curved. Yep, got one of them. Nice long flat one. Yep, two of them. Oh, there's two different sizes. EDF energy. That's alright, I get 4 hours free energy for tomorrow. Lovely jubbly. Ah, one's got volume. One should be plain. Right, hold up. So, one's got contrast. Now, it don't say which one's what. There's one for volume. Oh, the button wheel one is for contrast. One's for contrast, one's for volume. Right. interesting. So the one that we're doing at the side here must be for contrast, because I'll just see it. So again, one that goes, where does that go? Does that go that side? Yes. So let's finish this off. Basically, it says on there, one of the little grey ones on that top, that then goes for contrast. Yep, it does. We've got to keep it that direction, and that one goes at the bottom. Cool. So we got the contrast section where it does say contrast on this side. So you've got one for volume, one for contrast. So the furthest ones away will be contrast. This one will be for volume. Because the way they flip the book, the pages, look, one's back, one's on the other side. So yeah, cool. Right, now we need to do the same thing now to build this side up. It looks like it. We need corner. Yeah, we put the wheel cog one on. And the cog's got to go around where the cog's facing up. So the flush side sitting underneath it. So, cool. That one's on there. And a corner one. Yeah, one corner. Right. So, I've got to put the 6 on that corner. Yep. That on the side. Right, I see. And that bit slots down. That gives the volume. So the 6, the corner, the corner section, and the volume one tucks in. So again, we got volume. Cool. And that, yeah, that's correct. So now we need to take this one piece and it tucks into this corner here. So it looks like it just slots in, basically. So it fills all that corner in. So now we've got all of the correct ways now. All we need to do is fill this side in, which that's the next thing we need to do. So we need one of them, the long one that says volume, this one that says external connector. Yep, that's got external connector, and a corner. Cool. So first things first, where did we put the external connectors? Go up the, so right, the 2 little bits go at the bottom. Hold up, no, corner looks like it goes at the corner first, right? So we put this up on the corner. Then the volume goes up where the volume section goes. Cool. So it shows you the volume. Then that goes in, the small piece goes there, and the external connectors, so it looks like it's got an external connector. So now you can see it. So we've got volume, external connectors, and a bit. That's virtually Game Boy near enough done. So obviously we've got the top bit to build, but it's near enough ready. And again, that must be where, you know why I said to you, didn't I, why does this move about? There must be a reason for it, and I think that's to push the cartridge in, to hold the cartridge in, or the piece of paper, because it's saying on here you can take the back off, which you can take the back off, and you can fold this down and put the back of the Nintendo in, basically, and then that's what you do. So you take your Nintendo, push it in like that, and it looks like you've got a working screen. You obviously can't do it justice because you can't see it very well at the end of the day, but yeah, but you can change that out, because once you've done the cartridge, you can put a cartridge in, and you should have cartridge that sits in the back, the slots in, basically. And I think that's what it does. But we didn't do the top because we had an issue doing the top part of that cartridge, because again it wasn't being very helpful on that front. So I'll put that back in there for a minute because I need to go back to that because that's still not ready. Now remember, you've got another 2 inserts because you've got 2 games here. You've got Game Boy, you've got the Mario, you've got the Mario one, and the Legend of Zelda. So you've got 2 holograms with the monochrome sort of look. Because again, we built this stand for it, so got the Lego stand. But it does look cool. I need to sort that out. No, I'm not happy with that. It just looks cheap and tacky on that front. But anyway, that's what he's saying on there. You can take that out and change it. So for the time being, I'll just clip it in, and it only clips in. Look, so it only goes into these. So you can take it out. And it does look cool on that front. But it looks like you've now got a Nintendo logo, and you can see it because it's a hologram, 3D hologram thing on it. So yeah, that's actually quite cool. Right, bag 5, last bag. So we had 2 bits over. That bag, what was that? Bag 4? Bag 4. So it wasn't too bad on bag 4. Put that back in bag 4. So they actually do give you some of the bits, but this is the last remaining bag now. Remember, I've still got a Zelda to do yet. I've got the sticker for Zelda and I ain't done Zelda. So this is the last remaining bag to finish off the Nintendo. The only disadvantage bit I got was that black piece at the bottom. But I'm glad it was at the bottom and not at the front, because that would have really shown and that would have made it really look odd at the end of the day. So I've got to sort them wheel things out because I'm not happy with the way that is. It looks a bit tacky. So that's for your headphone jack. So we've got contrast, and now we've done all of the side there with all your external connectors and everything. But again, life size. Looking at the original between the Game Boy Color and the Game Boy itself, yes, I'd say it's a good representation. I mean, it's. I know that the original Game Boy, I would have liked it compared it against the original, but it's not far from the standoff from the actual size itself, which is really good. I mean, alright, it's a little bit thicker at the end of the day, but then the Game Boys were thick, you know. So I would say that's quite close, really quite close to that front. This is why I like to compare. It looked like we're doing a stand, to put this on a stand, so we've got a stand. So we need one of these big pieces. Yeah, and also this one looks like this is for Zelda as well. So this is virtually near enough done. So we still got a bit. So what was the top bit of here for? Well, mind you, we'll come to that when it's finished. So we need 4 of the corners. We've only got 4 of the corners. We've got 1 standing of the black. Cool. 1 flush and 1 long one. Yep. Same. Is that the same size? Same size. So cool. Okay. Stupid angles that they give you to work at the side of, as usual. Put that one on there. We've got to do pillars. So they've got to go front and back. Front and back. Right. Well, that's simple enough. So again, pillars. Front and back. Front and back. So we've got this gap where it sits in. Take the long one, put it on top, slots in. So, cool. Then we put, oh, you needed the other one to go in this side, and then that sits in the centre. I see what you mean. So again, flush on the flush, and that in the centre. Okay, it's simple enough. And then the Game Boy should, oh I see, sits in the centre, like that, basically. It basically sits in the centre of that slot, so it sits. I mean, it don't clip in, there's nothing for it to clip, but it just sits, it just rests on it. So basically, you've got it on display at the end of the day, and you can see that it sort of sits in that orientation, so you've got it on display. So just docks, basically. Well, that's simple enough. So that was actually quite a simple thing to do. Now it looks like, well, that must be done then. That must be finished, because like you said, that was the actual build. Obviously that was for the phones, but I thought they would have covered these up at least. You know, cover the bloody side up for. What was that for? I ain't got a clue. Anyway, we'll put that on the dot for a minute. Now we look like we're doing the Zelda, which we are. Now we're taking the one brick and put it in the centre. Then take another two. Now I'll do the same before as I've done the Mario. I'll got that cloth, I'll give it a clean, because otherwise you're going to have all your fingerprint marks and it won't stick properly at the end of the day. 2 green bricks and 2 of their sides. Yes, hold up. Yeah, so one goes one end, same thing, both on one. So one goes on one side. Is that, yeah, so one goes on one side, one goes on the other. Exactly the same. Trying to think of how I've done the first one. So it sits just like that. So these just sit flush. So really cool. Put the Game Boy there for a minute. So now we need 1 green. Yeah, we've got 1 green. 1 6 of the black. Yeah. 1 of that. 1 of the little circles. Yes. So again, facing opposite side. That looks like the black grey brick goes. No, that don't. That's got to come off. I've done that wrong. For crying out loud. Right. So again, it's not being very helpful on that front. So is that got to go? We got a grey brick. Hold up. We got the little grey one. Grey goes on there. Right. The black goes separately. Then the green goes down. Right. Interesting. So we've got to create. Right. You put the little grey one first on, just on the single grey brick, then the black right next to it, so it sits flush, and then the green so it sticks out, basically. You know, so it's all, so it sits like that, so it's all flush. Cool. It threw me off for a minute because it's the way they've done it on here. Right. What do we need now? 1 grey brick, 2 of them other grey ones. Cool. Now we look like we build this up. I don't get that. Is that got to go at the one end? I don't know. It's. I think that's got to go. I think that's how it goes. So that sits in between. Again. Not very helpful, this bloody thing. It's really not. No, one goes at one end, one goes at the other, and then that goes in between it. Right. That's the way it's got to go. Right. Makes sense. Right. So put one of these, of the single brick, put one just on one under that corner there, so it fits in between. And that square grey brick sits right in the centre. So that's how it sits. Absolute, like, again, trying to look at the book, not help. Right, okay, so we need 2 of the gold little connectors, 1 single of the grey, oh, 2 of the grey, sorry, and 1 of these long ones with the brick. It's already with a brick on it. So what we need to do is put that to one side, keep these bricks facing away from you, and put 1 at one end, on the corner, just straighten it up. 1 on the other. Fuck it. Why is Lego so hard to try and straighten up? I mean, you're trying to keep it straight. I mean, that's the only thing with, you know, these type of objects. So anyway, it's got to go on the corners. it's really frustrating because if you don't line these up, it stops the other bricks from going on. It was just like back in the 80s, trying to put bloody Lego together, and you think, why ain't it fitting? So we wanted to create that feel, so we put the other two grey corners on top of that one, so they're just running parallel with each other. So they're all nice and flush. Cool. And we take this piece, and where do we put that? Does that go on top? Or does that go... I'm confused. Right. It looks... no. Something's not right. Hold up. Something's not right with this side. Right. Well, I've took them other 3 bits off, right? So I've took them other 3 bits off at the top bit because something's not right. It's sitting on something. So again, they look like they've got to go on the side. Right, I see. And then that sits all the way down. So now I've got it right. Is that right? No, it's still wrong. But I've got that on the right side now, but these still are not sitting on there. What the hell is going on? Right, hold up. Well, that's wrong straight away. That says 2. That's supposed to have been a 4. That's wrong. Take the 2 off, put the 4 on. That's why it's not sticking. Right, done it. It was a right way of going, but this side wasn't sticking on there. And again, looking all the way at that, so you're supposed to have 4. You did want that 2, and you did also want the 4. So, God almighty, they have really confused this. So right, you want 2 sticking out, so it sticks on that one. Then you needed the one sling of the grey black brick so it sits flush. Now it sits. Now it sits. Right, let me show you what I've done. Right, on this, if I take this section off, right, because otherwise it's just going to confuse you. What you need the 1/4 grey, the green brick. Then put the single of the green double brick, and then the black one on top. So it all laps over there. So you've got these 2 sitting flush. And then when you get this, then it sits on top. Because now you've got it sitting on the side, sitting at the side, and now it sits exactly where that is. Which you can just about, I don't know if you can about see it, but that's where the brick sits. But Jesus H. Christ, they are really confused at that front. Anyway, we take the remaining, what's that? It looks like a coin or something, did it? Is that, where's that go? That looks like that little silver section there. It's got to be pointing towards this side. And it does. And it binds that section in as well, basically. So, looks really cool. But then it's going to get covered up. So what's the point in that? Right, okay. So that looks like it gets covered up completely now. Now, what side have we got to cover up? Right up till we've got to cover all of this up. Oh, for crying out loud, it's come off again. Right, take it off. That's it. Put that bit on there, and then we can put that bit back on. Right. Cool. So what you want to do is put the plate where it covers all of this up, basically. You know, so you can see half of that. It says you should be able to see half. Now it says, now put your sticker on. Right. Let's take that. And again, as before, I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure the sticker has got to go all the way up to the top. So it sits right in between. So again, be careful with this because you don't want to keep taking these off. You're going to take the sticker off it. So again, all the way up to the top on this side, we want the Zelda, and you want to balance it so it's just enough. Lucky enough, I've been always good with stickers, so I don't have any issues. I'm pretty good at judging. Look at that. Spot on. spot on. Don't need to. That's near enough. This side only. Quick rub of a cloth, and we've got the correct side of where that nose. That's what I said. Just want to double check, make sure that is near enough, and it is. And that's just eyeballing it. But then I was always done. It was good when I've done the artwork on the arcade cabinet. So when I've put all the artwork on me arcade 1-up, again, they don't give you the artwork. You have to put the artwork on yourself. And that's not easy to do because it's a much bigger. But I've done them on big 6-foot arcades as well. I've done my mates. What did he have? The Outrun. The Outrun one on it. Someone put it on, didn't do a good job. They'd done a really poor job of putting it together, of the sticker, and it was bubbling. What they call, like, you know, I had to take it all off, re-glue it, and sand it all down so it was buttery smooth, and then it come out perfect, so it wasn't a problem. He was happy, and I've got to admit, it did look a lot better when it's done. So what we need to do now is put the front on. Oh, do you know what? I've just thrown in what that is. Guess what that is? It's supposed to be, I'm pretty sure Zelda had a clock battery, which that's what they had. They had one of these inside it. They did have one inside it. These are the CR2032s, and basically that's what they had inside to keep the time and clock, the thing inside it with all the high score settings. So yeah, and that's perfect. That sits on there, smack on. That then sits on top, and these sit on the side. Lovely jubbly. And there she is. One Zelda cartridge. But I haven't sorted the other cartridge out yet. Now, on the back here, obviously, this is the build finished now. So basically, it's all done. So basically, he's saying what you need to do now is open the back up. And what we're supposed to do, slot that in, which it just slots in. Put that over. Because if you want to change the cartridge out, you change this out, take that one out and put the Zelda one in, which this is the Zelda. Put the Zelda in, hold that in, that in slots in, it just literally just clips in. And that, now it looks like you're now playing Zelda, which is really cool because it's now got, which you can't tell in the light because this light is so bright I can't even look at it. It hurts my eyes at the end of the day. But it looks like that is now got the you've got the Zelda screen and it's all in 3D. So when you move it up and down, it looks like the characters are moving. But you couldn't see that because, like I said, obviously I've got to sort these buttons out. But again, cartridge. So basically, all you could basically do is slot them out, slot it in, and it looks like you now got the Zelda on that front. But you can just take it out and just have a plain Nintendo one in, basically. But we've got two. Looking at that, that was a really good build. I really enjoyed that. And you've got a cartridge slot for the other one to slot into if you want to have it on display, which is all made out of Lego. So you should be able to have that. You know, you can have one or the other. But a little bit gutted about that one piece being awkward, but I'm glad it's at the bottom, that one black piece, and not on the front, because that would have really been annoying. But again, great little build that is. I've really had that's been quite fun on that. But I would definitely say, in 100%, that was a lot easier comparing. But again, typical book. If you're a piece short, they give you all the part numbers, and if you ring up Lego, there's a Lego feedback, and you could win. If you ring up, you can ring Lego. If you leave some feedback with your things on there, tell it, and then you could win another Lego set. There's a potential type you can win. No more. I've done 2 Legos and they're enough for me. It's enough to turn my bleeding head at the end of the day. So, but yeah, it's basically. I've got to sort that out. And why that's it's quickly just to go back to packet 1. because I didn't finish it off because for that reason, because it weren't sitting, it was sitting too far down, which is not right. So I'm going to just put these on top of it. No, you can't. So you can't put them on. All right, then, okay. I will put the black ones on. Can I put them on? No. Can you? Can you? Or does that pop them off? No, it should be all right. Cool. And then that was... No, that still won't sit flush. Okay. Put 2 blacks on then. And then put that on. Yay! Now it sits flush. See, it sits flush on there. Because that wasn't sitting flush before. Because, look, this one sits flush. Look. That's how they should. They should sit. The cartridge should sit at the end of the day. I mean, this one, so obviously looks like it's down more. But the cartridge should look like a flush. Hold up. Why is that one down and one up? I put that on cockeyed, didn't I? That's better. Or is that not right? Hold up. I think that's no, I've done that wrong. So they got to be flush. So the cartridge looks like it's just slotting on top. So that is right now because it's got the right orientation on that cartridge slot. But one cartridge looks down more than the other at the end of the day. So again, same thing. Look, I slot that in, just slots in. See? So again, looks like the cartridge then just slots into the back of it, the Super Mario. So if I want to take that one out, take the back off, flop that out, put the Super Mario one in, right? Because it comes with Super Mario at the end of it. And then push that in, slot that in because you've got the slot bits, just clips in. And then that just clips in, and there you look like you've got the Super Mario. You're playing Super Mario on that front. So yeah, it looks really cool. Actually, the Mario does look quite cool. So I'm just glad. I just wanted to sort that out. And the stickers was only for the cartridges, but the cartridges are now perfect. And got all my greasy fingers all over it at the end of the day. But I would say that is a great little win on that one. And again, you've got the Nintendo logo on that. Can you see it moving? And again on the Zelda. So you've got the Zelda and the Mario and the Nintendo logo. So you slot these in, and basically that then just sits on top. So you've just got basically all it does. It just basically sits on top of it on the front. So it looks like it's then, because all it does, it just rests. It just looks like that's all it's destined. But when you put it on display, you've now got, you should have your cartridge that just slots, and you've got your cards in the back of it. Yeah, I mean, suppose you could put the cards in the back of it if you really wanted to. And again, I've got a couple of pieces over from bag one at the end of the day, which will go back in there. There's some other bits in there, but that's about it, guys. I mean, I would say that, and you know what I was saying before, he's even got even the on and off slides because of that slide. So look, you've got obviously the off and on button, and you can actually slide it. So you basically, so you can turn it off and turn it on, you know, even though it still stays on. But I don't like this idea. I think that's a bit cheap. I love the rest of the build, I really do. But that, I would say, these want cutting down. You know, probably just take, I'd say just take a third off. Just take a smidge off. Just lower it down a bit at the end of the day. And then design so you push the buttons. But you want them so it's just covering the start button. But they're too high up. They're far too high up. They don't stick that far up, you know, at the end of it. And it's a shame because it spoils it. I mean, if you have it face on, you can't see them. But when you're tilting it to the side, yeah, it's really noticeable. Or, you know, but when it's on display, no, it looks really, really cool. I've got to admit, I do like that. I mean, I'm definitely saying that was a cool build on that front. But I would say, yeah, I'm actually quite happy with the way it's turned out on that front. So yeah, that I'm going to say is the build for the Lego Game Boy. Comparing against the original Game Boy Color, I'd say that's not a bad judgment. You know, very like made out of Lego, which I've always been impressed they've done it at the end of it. Wish they'd come out with some more consoles, no. I would like to see some more consoles done with Lego, because I probably would buy one to put them against with my others. But yeah, I'd definitely say 100%. These look great. These really did look great on that front, and I do like the little attention to detail where you've got on and off buttons, contrast. You know, you've also got all the little bits like the phone jack, and the bloody wheels come out again. Oh, Jesus! All right, leave the wheel out at the end of the day. But yeah, I mean, you know, even taking these out, I think these are great at the end of it. But yeah, I'll have to pick that wheel back up. I'm going to sort that out off camera and sort that. But yeah, I would definitely say thanks, guys, for joining. And anyway, I mean, it's not everyone's build. Not everyone's into Lego. I love it. I love Lego at the end of the day. So I'm just great that you've come along and you enjoyed watching doing more Lego builds. So that's 2 of the Legos that I've now completed. Being the other one being the bar top Pac-Man, which again really cool. And I've now got that on display. It does look really cool, I've got to admit. So yeah, I'm going to leave it at that, guys. I'm going to have a bite to eat now and have a cuppa, and see if I've got to make some room there to put this on the display cabinet, because I want to put this on display. That's why I bought it. And at the moment, these are still in sale. If you're in the UK, these are in sale. For the Black Friday sale. I don't know how long the Black Friday sales are on for, but yeah, £56 I think these are retailing at the moment, something like that, or £53 something. It's not crazy price, it's reasonable priced, and I definitely think it's well worth the money. You know, so yeah, if you're interested, go and grab yourself one if you're in the UK. You know, but okay, I'll speak to you later anyway. So the next build is probably not going to be an arcade of Lego. It's probably going to be something electrical. So stay tuned for the next episode, and I will catch you guys another time. So thanks for joining. Speak to you soon.